Chapter 764. The deafening explosion caused the castle to shake violently as if there was an earthquake. The ancestor's expression changed slightly, and he snorted angrily. "How dare he use explosives to destroy my castle? I will make him pay 1,000 times the price." Fang Shishir smiled proudly and looked at the door, waiting for Tang Jing to rush in. In the explosion, the ground had sunk a lot, and many enemies were sent flying in all directions. Tang Jing took the opportunity to break through the layers of defense, leaving the werewolves and vampires behind, and rushed to the top floor of the castle. "Stop him!" The enemies quickly caught up, but their speed was no match for Tang Jing's. Whoosh! Tang Jing stopped in his tracks, took a deep breath, and stared at the tightly shut door. He had already arrived at the highest level. That huge scarlet door was like a bloody mouth, making one's hair stand on end. Fang Shishir was locked inside, and he could save her if he rushed in. However, he knew very well that behind the door would be 1,000 times more dangerous, but he still kicked the door without hesitation. Bang! The door fell off and flew out. Tang Jing's figure flashed and rushed into the room. His spirit was highly tensed. At this moment, the pursuers arrived and stopped at the door, glaring angrily. However, they did not enter through the door, as if it was a pool of lightning, and they would not take half a step into it. Huh! Tang Jing frowned suspiciously, and his gaze fell on Fang Shishir and another middle-aged man in the middle of the room. Seeing that Fang Shishir was safe and sound, he was greatly relieved and could not wait to call out, "Shishir, how are you?" Since Tang Jing appeared, Fang Shishir's mouth was brimming with a smile, and she said firmly, "I'm fine." The stone in Tang Jing's hand fell a little further, and his pupils shrank as he stared at the middle-aged man, recognizing that he was the ancestor at a glance. This was the impression in the prince's mind, as if it had become his own. Fang Shishir couldn't move, and Tang Jing didn't act rashly. Instead, he looked at the ancestor warily. The primogenitor also looked at him and compared him with the information. In the end, he had no choice but to admit that the other party was a little too young. Huaxia was indeed a land blessed by illustrious heroes to have nurtured such a powerful character. "You killed my son!" The primogenitor was the first to speak. Tang Jing remained unmoved and coldly said, "Louis committed a heinous crime. He deserved to die. You don't have the right to judge my son." The primogenitor stomped his foot, creating a huge crater in the ground. Tang Jing snorted and said, "The one to judge him is the world's justice, not me. What a glib tongue. I will make you suffer and watch as your beloved woman dies," the ancestor said with killing intent. Tang Jing raised his war soul sword and said, "You can give it a try. Do you think you can stop me? I want to suck her blood dry. The blood of a young girl is the most delicious." The primogenitor licked his lips with his scarlet tongue and said, "In your dreams." Tang Jing took the initiative and rushed forward with a shout. The war soul sword lit up with a dazzling light and pierced towards the primogenitor. The primogenitor waved his hand and a fishy wind swept over. Tang Jing fiercely collided with this fishy wind and flew backwards. The primogenitor laughed sinisterly and opened his mouth. Two long fangs stretched out and fiercely bit towards Fang Shishir's neck. "No!" Tang Jing turned pale with fright and screamed. His hand loosened and the war soul sword flew towards the primogenitor. The primogenitor glanced at it from the corner of his eyes and suddenly waved his hand. The fishy wind blew and the war soul sword could no longer move forward. The primogenitor sneered and ordered, "Capture him." The werewolves and vampires outside the door rushed forward without a care for their own safety. Like a tide, they surged towards Tang Jing. "Xiao Bai!" Tang Jing bellowed, the Sumera heavens flashed slightly, and Xiao Bai rushed out from the Sumera heavens, spitting out a ball of flame, immediately igniting the enemy at the front. Miserable screams immediately resounded through the clouds, and the enemy's attack immediately slowed down. Tang Jing took this opportunity and fiercely leaped forward, flying towards the primogenitor. Holding on to the war soul sword, he used the heaven-flying immortal, and in an instant, all of the sword chi condensed on the tip of the sword, thrusting forward. However, that fishy wind was like an unbreakable shield. Even though he used all of his skills, he did not immediately break through. Stop! Tang Jing roared at the top of his lungs, because he saw that the two fangs had already bitten onto Fang Shishi's neck. The primogenitor raised his head and sneered at him, saying, "I will suck the blood of the woman, the withered flowers. This is truly a pity, but it is also the most beautiful scenery in the world." With that, the ancestor bit down hard, his fangs piercing deep into Fang Shishi's fair skin. Ah! Fang Shishi's beautiful eyebrows were tightly knitted together, as she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Tang Zhang's eyes were bloodshot as he roared furiously. "I'm going to kill you, break!" He gathered all of his true qi and released it in one go. It turned into sword qi and attacked the fishy wind. Bang! As the stench dissipated, Tang Jing charged at the primogenitor with his sword in hand. A strange look flashed past the ancestor's eyes. Just as he was about to attack, the War Soul sword had already left Tang Jing's hand and slashed over. At the same time, another weapon appeared in Tang Jing's hands, Heaven-Shocking Bow and Sun-Shooting Arrow. When he saw the Heaven-Shocking Bow and the Shooting Sun Arrows, the ancestor's eyelids twitched. He felt uneasy and felt a trace of danger. He had no choice but to let go of Fang Shishi. Although it had only been a short while, a lot of Fang Shishi's blood had already been sucked away. His face was as pale as paper, his eyes were dim and colorless, and his expression was dispirited. However, she still opened her eyes and looked at the angry Tang Jing. Instead, a smile appeared on her face. In this life, if there was a man who did not hesitate to give up his life for her, then her life would be enough. The ancestor blocked the War Soul sword's attack with one move, but his eyes were fixed on the Heaven-Shocking Bow. The bowstring trembled, and the Shooting Sun arrows flew over. In that moment, the aura in the huge room suddenly changed. A berserk aura was born from the Shooting Sun arrows, and when it arrived in front of the ancestor, the aura had accumulated to its peak. The ancestor's expression was no longer as calm as before. Instead, it became unprecedentedly solemn. His hands extended out from the cloak, and his 10 fingers were as sharp as swords. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. His 10 fingers danced, interweaving into a cold light. Bang! When the Shooting Sun arrows touched the cold light immediately disintegrated. The attack of the Shooting Sun arrows did not decrease as it shot towards the ancestor's chest like a hot knife through butter. Stop! The ancestor crossed his hands in front of his chest and grabbed the Shooting Sun arrows at the last moment. Hua! The ancestor slid out a long gully on the ground and quickly retreated. In the end, he left a big hole in the wall and fell down. Sure, how are you? Tang Jing came in front of Fang Shishi and asked anxiously. Fang Shishi's face revealed a happy smile, and said weakly, "I knew you would come to save me. I've been waiting for you." Tang Jing held her tightly in his arms and said, "Don't speak, you're too weak." Looking at Fang Shishi's weak state, Tang Jing did not dare to continue fighting. The most important thing now was to save her. He carried Fang Shishi and said, "Let's go, leave this place." He suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Xiao Bai, retreat!" Little White's fighting spirit was high. 1 man against 10,000. Although there were many enemies, no one could charge in from the entrance. The blazing flames had already burned many enemies to ashes, causing them to tremble in fear. Xiao Bai heard Tang Geng's words and cried out. He was not satisfied and spat out a ball of flames, turning the entire room into a sea of flames. Then, he and Tang Jing retreated to the big hole. Tang Jing was just about to jump down when a fishy smell came from below. "Careful!" he shouted loudly, and with a thought, the War Soul sword ruthlessly slashed downwards. Xiao Bai also spat out a ball of flames, illuminating the area below. The ancestor was not dead, but his cloak was tattered and he looked somewhat miserable. Tang Jing secretly sighed. It was a pity that the Shooting Sun arrows did not kill the other party. Since that was the case, he could not continue fighting. He said, Sure, go into Sumeru world and rest for a while." The light on his wrist flashed and Fang Shishi was sucked into Sumeru world. Tang Jing once again pulled the bow and aimed at the ancestor. The ancestor's eyes flashed coldly. He was somewhat afraid of the shooting sun arrows and hurriedly dodged to the side. So, the shooting sun arrows flew out, and the ancestor had no choice but to dodge. Tang Jing took the opportunity to jump down from the castle. Boom! With a loud sound, the shooting sun arrows did not hit the ancestor, but shot into the castle wall, a huge crack spreading out. Stop! Seeing Tang Jing retreat, the ancestor roared in anger. This was his headquarters. If he could not stop the enemy, it would be a joke. However, he was also extremely afraid of the bow and arrow in Tang Jing's hands. He knew that it was definitely a divine armament, otherwise it would not be able to unleash such great power. This was the first time Tang Jing had used the heaven-shocking bow and the shooting sun arrows after refining the Aurus core. The explosive power was incomparable to before, and although Tang Jing was extremely surprised, he did not have the time to investigate further. This was not a bad thing after all. Just as the ancestor wanted to chase after him, he heard another loud sound coming from behind him. Before he could understand what was going on, the huge castle had already pressed down on him. Caught off guard, he was directly pressed down under the ruins of the castle. This castle had been through countless years, but after being ruthlessly bombed by Tang Jing with explosives and then being hit by the shooting sun arrows, the spiderweb-like cracks were like the last straw that broke the castle's back. The castle collapsed with a loud bang, turning into a pile of ruins. Seeing that, Tang Jing was overjoyed. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. He ran without looking back, but Xiao Bai had already disappeared without a trace. He turned pale with fright and shouted, "Xiao Bai!" Creak, creak! Xiao Bai scuttled out from the ruins with 2 shooting sun arrows tightly in his hands. Tang Jing heaved a sigh of relief and quickly kept the shooting sun arrows. Chapter 765. Get in! Ding Liang's voice rang out. Tang Jing was startled. Ding Liang had actually rushed in despite the danger. He hurriedly got in and Ding Liang slammed on the accelerator. The car shot out like an arrow. Earlier, the patrols had all been attracted to the castle. When the castle collapsed, they were all buried inside, giving them a chance to escape. In the blink of an eye, the car disappeared into the boundless night. Bang! A loud sound rang out as a figure shot up from the ruins. A pair of huge wings spread out as he floated in the air. It was the ancestor. He wasn't dead, but his clothes were tattered and he looked battered and exhausted. Looking at the ruins below, he raised his head and let out a sharp cry. His voice shook the surroundings as an intense killing intent enveloped this part of the world. The car sped along the road. Tang Jing's hearing was excellent. Although he was far away, he still heard the scream. His expression became serious. "What's wrong?" Ding Liang asked with concern. What he had seen and heard tonight was more exciting than the sum of his previous life combined. It made his adrenaline rush. He was also afraid, but in the end, he overcame his fear and came to help Tang Jing. Seeing that Tang Jing was not harmed in the slightest, Ding Liang was filled with admiration. Before this, he really did not dare to imagine that there would be someone who could barge into the Rockefeller family, destroy their castle, and still be able to escape unscathed. But Tang Jing had done it. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have believed it. At this moment, he looked at Tang Jing with eyes full of adoration. He was like a groupie who couldn't wait to ask for an autograph. Tang Jing said indifferently, "I'm fine. The Rockefeller family will definitely conduct a large-scale search. Find a safe place for us to stay." Ding Liang snapped his fingers and said confidently, "Don't worry. I understand the principle of a crafty rabbit having 3 burrows. That's why I've already prepared a safe house." Tang Jing was worried about Fang Shishir. With a thought, she came out of Sumera world. When Ding Liang realized that there was someone in the back seat, he panicked and almost hit the car next to him. He stared at the person who suddenly appeared in the rearview mirror. It was the girl in the photo. She was even more beautiful in person than in the photo. "You really saved her?" Ding Liang asked in surprise. "Okay, focus on driving." Tang Jing checked Fang Shishi's injuries. Strangely, the 2 wounds on her neck were gone, and her skin was as smooth as before. It was as if the ancestor hadn't sucked her blood at all. What's going on? Tang Jing turned pale with fright and hurriedly asked. Sure, how do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Fang Shishi opened her eyes weakly and looked at Tang Jing in surprise. I'm fine. I just feel weak all over. Also, I'm so cold. Cold? Tang Jing was stunned for a moment. He quickly took out a set of clothes from Summer World and put them on for her. Then, he hugged her tightly in his arms. I'm still cold. Fang Shishi murmured. Tang Jing's head thumped. This was definitely not normal. Although she had lost a lot of blood, she was still a cultivator. Her body was incomparable to an ordinary person. It was impossible for her to be so weak. He hurriedly circulated the ancient clear heaven scroll. Mixed with pure young energy, it was warm and comfortable. It was like a huge furnace enveloping Fang Shishi. It's not that cold anymore. It's so comfortable. Fang Shishi's lips curled into a smile. She firmly held onto Tang Gang's clothes. Shishi, where else do you feel uncomfortable? It's like there's a seed in my body that's sprouting. Something is about to grow. Fang Shishi was silent for a long time. Then she said doubtfully, Seed? Grow? Tang Jing was confused. He really didn't understand what was going on. He hurriedly circulated his energy to check her body. There wasn't the slightest difference. That's not right. Suddenly, he exclaimed. Your cells are dividing and growing faster. It's much faster than mine. This was definitely not normal. Could it be? His heart turned cold. His face suddenly changed. He suddenly thought of a possibility. His heartstrings violently trembled. Because this situation was too terrifying. Could it be that she was going to become a vampire? There were many legends about vampires in the West. In the past, most people thought that they were fake. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. The most famous legend about vampires was that once a person's blood was sucked by a vampire, they would also become a vampire. Tang Jing didn't want Fang Shishi to grow 2 long fangs and become a bat-like monster. That's not right. Those young girls who were tied to the pillars in the dungeon also had their blood sucked away. In the end, they turned into dried corpses. They didn't turn into vampires. In fact, he guessed correctly. There was a very important condition for a person to transform into a vampire after their blood was sucked dry, and that was that their blood couldn't be sucked dry. If it was sucked dry, then the person would die and wouldn't transform. The ancestor originally planned to suck Fang Shishi's blood dry in front of Tang Jing. But he didn't expect Tang Gang's strength to exceed his expectations and interrupt the process. In the end, Fang Shishi's blood wasn't sucked dry. The mysterious power of vampires had been injected into her body. Her body was transforming step by step. When the transformation was complete, she would become a vampire. This was also why the wound on her neck had disappeared. It was because she was slowly gaining the vampire's ability to automatically heal wounds. Tang Jing didn't know the specific reason, but he knew that things were bad. Creak! The car finally stopped. Ding Liang took the initiative to open the door. We're here. It's very safe here. No one will find out. You go in first. I'll get rid of the car. This car had been seen in Rockefeller Manor, so it definitely couldn't be driven again. After all, Ding Liang was a spy and had the awareness of anti-reconnaissance. Tang Jing carried Fang Shishi into the house. Her expression became peaceful, as if there was nothing wrong with her. But Tang Jing knew that this was just an appearance. It was too deceiving. Shishi, try to circulate your energy. Find out what the feeling you're talking about is. Tang Jing helped her sit up and instructed. Okay. Fang Shishi did as she was told. After a while, she exclaimed, My teeth are growing. What? Tang Jing was shocked. His random guess was right. She was really transforming into a vampire bit by bit. Open your mouth. Let me see. Ah! Tang Jing focused on the teeth in her mouth. Sure enough, two of them seemed to be a little strange. He couldn't help but think of the ancestors' two long fangs. What's wrong with me? Fang Shishir asked curiously. It's nothing. Don't worry. It's just a small problem. Tang Jing comforted her, but his heart was like an ant on a hot pan. He thought silently. What should I do? I can't let her become a vampire. I'm cold. Suddenly, Fang Shishir shouted again. Tang Jing hurriedly hugged her. I'm here. Hold me. Before he could finish his sentence, he was stunned. He thought to himself. She keeps complaining about the cold. This must be caused by the transformation process. If I use it to counteract her coldness, will I be able to suppress the transformation process? He wasn't sure, but there was no other way. He could only give it a try. Sure, bear with it. It might be a little painful later. Tang Jing comforted. What's wrong? Fang Shishir was confused. Is there a big problem with my body? Don't think too much. Be obedient. Fang Shishir looked at him with shining eyes and smiled. With you by my side, no matter how big the pain is, I can bear it. Tang Deng's heart softened. He clenched his teeth and circulated his power. This time, he was multitasking. Not only was he using the ancient Clear Heaven Scroll, but he was also using the Dragon God's secret art. The two sets of mysterious cultivation methods began to circulate according to his own trajectory. The golden core in his dantian quickly rotated. Traces of true qi were born from the golden core. Not only was the true qi mixed with pure yang energy, it was also mixed with dragon qi. Whoosh! Tang Jing took a deep breath and concentrated. With a thought, his true qi drilled into Fang Shishir's meridians. Ah! Fang Shishir immediately cried out in pain, but she immediately clenched her teeth, not letting herself make a sound. However, the pain was still real. Cultivators have their own true qi. Once the true qi from the outside world enters, it will encounter resistance. Especially the more true qi from the outside world, the stronger the resistance will be. And the person involved will definitely suffer a great deal of pain. Tang Deng's cultivation was much higher than Fang Shishir's, so his true qi could forcefully break into her meridians, step by step, spreading to her internal organs and meridians. Tang Jing felt like a knife was twisting, but he was helpless. He could only control his true qi in order to minimize the damage to her. There was an extremely cold force in her meridians that was hidden very cleverly. Previously it had escaped Tang Deng's detection. This was something that had never happened before. Unless he increased the amount of true qi, he would definitely not be able to discover it. Previously, when he was probing her injuries, he only used a very weak strand of true qi, so he did not discover this strange point. It must be the work of this cold and gloomy energy. Tang Jing found his target and let his true qi fill her meridians. Her own true qi was seized by Xian Bing and forced into a corner. Tang Jing's true qi took over the magpie's nest. Using his own strength, he consumed the cold force bit by bit. However, this was a huge consumption for Tang Jing. Not only did he consume a lot of his mind, his true qi was almost exhausted. If not for his extraordinary perseverance, he would have already fainted. Fang Shishir was sweating profusely, clenching her teeth and holding on. Tang Jing was the same. He tried his best to control his true qi and mind, not letting his efforts go to waste. Fortunately, his true qi worked, which greatly boosted his spirit. Time passed by minute. Unknowingly, Tang Jing's true qi was exhausted. He fell to the ground and fainted. Chapter 766. Dawn arrived. Tang Jing and Fang Shishir slowly woke up, and the moment they saw each other, their eyes blossomed with joy from the bottom of their hearts. Shishir, how are you? Tang Jing hurriedly asked. Fang Shishir stretched her body and said, I feel very good. Are you still cold? Not cold. Tang Jing was still on tenterhooks as he stared at her mouth and stammered. Your teeth. Fang Shishir understood and immediately opened her mouth and cheered. My teeth are fine. Really? They didn't grow back? Tang Jing hurriedly looked closer. Her teeth were still snow white and there was no difference. Are you afraid that I will become a vampire? Fan Shisher covered her mouth and laughed. Tang Jing seriously nodded his head. Fan Shisher stretched out her finger and tapped his forehead and said with a smile, Even if I die, I won't become that kind of monster. Tang Jing held her hand and said, Don't say die. You have to accompany me for a lifetime. Fan Shisher's heart was as sweet as honey and her face was filled with a happy smile. Feel your body and see if there is anything strange? Tang Jing urged. Fan Shisher nodded her head and closed her eyes. After a while, she opened her eyes and cried out in surprise. How could this be? My cultivation has increased so much. 6th grade Anidia, I have actually reached the 6th grade Anidia. She was previously only a 1st grade Anidia and now her cultivation had increased by 5 grades. This was truly shocking. Tang Jing walked step by step. He had never suddenly increased his cultivation by so much. He suppressed his excitement and said, Is there anything wrong with your body? As the saying goes, when things are abnormal, there must be a demon. Her cultivation had increased by so much, and there was definitely a reason. Perhaps it was because of the cold energy in her meridians. Fan Shisher shook her head. I feel like I have an endless amount of energy. My body is very strong. Tang Jing suddenly remembered that her wound had automatically healed and asked, Sure, bear with me for a while. I will do an experiment. Fan Shisher looked at him suspiciously. She saw his fingernail lightly cut her finger. A small wound appeared and blood flowed out. What are you doing? Fan Shisher cried out in alarm. Sure, don't move. Tang Jing looked at the wound in a daze. Just as the blood was about to drip from her finger, it suddenly stopped and retreated back into her skin. It was as if she had seen a ghost. Fan Shisher looked at her finger as if it was not her finger. After the blood flowed back, the small wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the skin was as good as new. There was no trace of the wound at all. Hiss! Tang Jing sucked in a breath of cold air. He did not expect that Fan Shisher would have the ability to automatically heal wounds. Without a doubt, this was caused by the power of vampires. He used his own chi to offset the power of the transformation, but some of the characteristics of vampires remained in Fan Shisher's body. What is going on? Fan Shisher asked in confusion. Tang Jing smacked his lips and organized his words before explaining. Sure, this is the ability of vampires to automatically heal wounds. High-level vampires even have immortal bodies. I don't know if you also have this ability. Immortal body? Fan Shisher never thought that she would have this ability. This was a good thing that many ancient kings dreamed of. Could it be that it had fallen into her hands? She shook her head, thinking that it was impossible. Tang Jing was also not sure. He could not really use a knife to kill her as an experiment. After all, it was too risky. But the ability to heal wounds was already abnormal. Moreover, she did not have the side effects of vampires. She grew bat-like wings and long fangs. Fan Shisher was still a beautiful girl, but her strength was stronger. Tang Jing was pleasantly surprised. He hugged her and spun her around, shouting, Sure, you are amazing! This is all thanks to you. If you did not save me, I would have become a monster. Fan Shisher stood on tiptoe and kissed him affectionately. Cough. A dry cough broke the sweet world between the two of them. Ding Liang was standing at the door, looking at them awkwardly. Fan Shisher quickly broke free from Tang Gang's arms, her face red. Tang Jing was thick-skinned, as if nothing had happened. Last night when I came in, I saw that you were motionless. You must have been healing, so I did not disturb you. Ding Liang said. Thank you. How is the situation outside? Ding Liang's face was cold. He said in a deep voice. The situation is not optimistic. Even the government has been alarmed. The police have already launched a carpet search. Can you still go out now? It's very difficult. Ding Liang shook his head. Sure has been rescued. After all, the Rockefeller family is a local snake. Their patriarch's cultivation is higher than mine. It is best to leave this place for the time being, Tang Jing said. Ding Liang agreed. Yes, it is safest to go back to Huaxia. Although the Rockefeller family is powerful, their infiltration work in Huaxia is not optimistic. In Huaxia, they can't make any big waves. But how can we leave? Fang Shishu asked worriedly. All the airports and ports have been monitored. As long as you show up, you will be found, Ding Liang said worriedly. He had been lurking in this country for decades and knew the situation here very well. Tang Jing said that if Gui Qiansui was here, it wouldn't be so difficult. Just like when they left the island nation, they could easily leave from the bottom of the sea. Seeing Tang Jing frowning, Ding Liang comforted. There will always be a way. Don't worry. At worst, I will gather all the forces of the China National Security Bureau in the Atlantic Empire to escort you back to your country. Last night, Ding Liang had already reported the operation to Su Yingtian. When he heard that Tang Jing directly destroyed the Rockefeller family's manor, Su Yingtian knew that things were bad. He ordered Ding Liang to ensure the safety of Tang Jing and Fang Shishu at all costs. They must be escorted back to their country. Tang Jing looked at Ding Liang gratefully and shook his head to refuse. No need. The National Security Bureau's years of infiltration in the Atlantic Empire cannot be destroyed because of me. Otherwise, it will give the Dragon Group a reason to stir up trouble. But if we don't do this, how will you leave? Let me think for a bit. Tang Jing patted his forehead as he racked his brains. Dong dong dong! A burst of rapid knocks on the door interrupted their conversation. Someone is coming. The three immediately became alert. Ding Liang shushed them and whispered, Don't make a sound. I will go and see what the situation is. Be careful. Ding Liang went to open the door. Tang Jing and Fang Shishu were hiding in the bedroom door, but their eyes were fixed on the door. What's the matter? Ding Liang opened the door and asked calmly. Sir, may I ask if you have seen these two people before? A few police officers asked while holding Tang Jing and Fang Shishu's photos. Sorry, I haven't seen them, Ding Liang said. These two are terrorists. They are very dangerous. We have to investigate door to door to eliminate all possible dangers. Sir, we have to go in and search, the policeman said aggressively. Ding Liang pretended to be angry and said, Sorry, this is my home. You can't come in. The policemen looked at each other and suddenly fiercely pushed open the door and said, We are carrying out official duties. If you don't cooperate, then we will arrest you for obstructing official duties. Ding Liang staggered back. He wanted to argue, but the policeman had already pulled out his gun and pointed it at him. He was shocked. If he let them in, then he would be exposed. He remembered Su Yingtian's order. He must not let anything happen to Tang Jing and Fang Shishu. So, he resisted and at the same time shouted, Tang Jing, run! The policeman immediately reacted and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Ding Liang thought that he was finally going to become a martyr. He even saw the muzzle of the gun spitting out flames. But in the next second, he found his body floating and quickly retreating. Let's go together. Tang Jing rushed over to save him. With a palm strike, an earth-shattering momentum slammed into the group of policemen. They were immediately sent flying. Then, Tang Jing and the other two escaped from the back door. Get in the car. Ding Liang dashed into another car that had been prepared long ago, carrying the two of them and roaring away like a bolt of lightning. Woo-woo sirens sounded and several police cars chased after them. Ding Liang stepped on the accelerator and the car sped up. Suddenly, the sound of a propeller came from above. It was actually a helicopter that caught up. Duh. The bullets were directly greeted and the trunk of the car was like a sieve. F***CK. Heaven and earth, this is really a big investment. Ding Liang unwillingly roared. Tang Jing poked his head out. With a flash of sword light, War Soul flew into the sky. With a crash, it directly cut open the belly of the helicopter. It fell to the ground and turned into a cloud of black smoke. Ding Liang's eyes lit up. He gave a thumbs up and sincerely praised. Too cool! Huff huff. Tang Zheng hurriedly gasped for breath. Last night, when he healed Fang Shishir, his true qi was almost exhausted. This morning, he had only recovered a little. So when he rashly used the imperial sword technique, he actually felt powerless. I need to find a quiet place to recover as soon as possible. Now that he was in a life and death situation, he could not multitask and recover his strength while facing the enemy. Although he had temporarily gotten rid of the police, Tang Jing knew that since he had appeared, with the technology of the Atlantic Empire, it would be difficult for him to hide. If it was an ordinary police, it would be easier to deal with them. The key was that if the ancestor came, then he would really be helpless. Where are we going? Ding Liang asked at a loss. To the city center. Now that they were in the suburbs, they were too obvious a target. It was better to go into the city and blend into the sea of people. Ding Liang's eyes turned and also thought of this point. He agreed. Okay. Stepping on the accelerator, the tires rubbed against the ground, causing white smoke to rise as they sped towards the city center. Fang Shishir held Tang Zheng's hand and said, I will face the enemy later. You rest first. Tang Jing squeezed out a smile and said, Don't worry, with me here, you will be fine. Chapter 767. Charge! Although the road ahead was filled with obstacles, Tang Jing was not prepared to retreat. He had to find a quiet place to recover his power. In such a big city, such a place was easy to find. Okay, charge! Ding Liang gritted his teeth and stepped on the accelerator. The engine let out a deafening roar. Woo! The car shot out like an arrow from a bow. Stop! The police used their loudspeakers to stop the car, but they were met with a head-on collision. Bang! The police car was sent flying, revealing a narrow space. The car slipped through like a fish in water. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out like firecrackers, hitting the car and causing sparks to fly. However, the car sped away. Many police cars were chasing after it with their sirens blaring. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the roof of the car. Tang Zheng's heart tightened. There's someone on the roof. Pfft! A sharp claw broke through the roof of the car and clawed down. Tang Jing raised his sword and chopped off the claw, causing fresh blood to splatter all over the carriage. Crash! The roof of the car was blown away. A huge werewolf tried to jump in. Although it only had one arm left, it was still murderous. I'll deal with it! Fang Shishir volunteered. She jumped up and slapped the werewolf's body. The werewolf staggered and fell to the ground. However, his claws were still firmly embedded in the body of the car as he was dragged forward. The werewolf's skin was coarse and thick. With a kick of its hind legs, it jumped back onto the car and fiercely pounced on Fang Shishir. Shishir, use my war spirit! Fang Shishir raised war spirit and slashed down. The werewolf's head was separated from its body and flew out. Fang Shishir's heart pounded. It was the first time in her life that she had experienced such a thrilling battle. It was inevitable that she was overwhelmed with emotions. Ding Liang's heart almost jumped out of his chest. He looked at his car that had turned into a convertible. His face stiffened and he forced out a bitter smile. He did not see the werewolf face to face last night, so the shock he received was not small. Turn the corner up ahead! Stop and get off! Tang Jing shouted. Call! The car stopped in an alley. The three of them got out of the car and were about to escape when suddenly, a rough off-road vehicle stopped in front of them. The three of them were stunned. Just as they were about to make the first move, they saw the car window roll down, revealing a beautiful face. Eh? The three of them widened their eyes as they recognized this person. Princess Anne. Tang Zheng was confused. Wasn't she in Huaxia? Why was she here? Fang Shishir's eyes widened as she stared at the princess of the royal family, who had appeared in all the newspapers and was rumored to have many scandals with Tang Xing. It turned out that she was even more beautiful and noble than in the photos. Ding Liang's jaw almost dropped. Why did Princess and also come out? He felt like he was in a dream. Princess and only had eyes for Tang Jing. She looked at his surprised expression proudly and raised her eyebrows. She said valiantly, "Get in!" Tang Jing knew that the situation was urgent, so he did not ask any questions. He pulled Fang Shishir and got in. Ding Liang's feet were as light as a feather. He almost climbed into the car. Sitting in a car driven by a princess, he never dreamed that he would be treated like this. Whoosh! The off-road vehicle sped out and disappeared into the endless traffic. The pursuing police saw the target car, but the target was nowhere to be found. "Why are you in the Atlantic Empire?" Tang Jing saw that there were no pursuers and finally asked. And smiled. "I thought you wouldn't ask. Master told me that you came to the Atlantic Empire to save senior sister, so I came to see if there was anything I could help with. After all, I am more familiar with this place than you." "Master, senior sister?" Fang Shishir was confused. Who was she talking about? Princess, and turned her head and looked at Fang Shishir. "Senior sister, nice to meet you. Master often talks about you." Fang Shishir was startled. She finally knew that she was the senior sister that Princess and was talking about. "Tian Chanzi also took her in as a disciple, so you are from the same sect," Tang Jing hurriedly explained. Fang Shishir suddenly understood and politely replied, "Nice to meet you. I came just in time this time. As far as I know, the Rockefeller family and the government have already set up an inescapable net. They are bound to capture you, or kill you," Princess Anne said, her eyes slightly shining. "Your action last night was really amazing. You directly destroyed the Rockefeller family's nest. You should know that no one has dared to do this in the past 100 years. Tang Jing was expressionless. "If I had to do it again, I would do it again. Unfortunately, the Rockefeller family's patriarch is too powerful. I didn't have the chance to kill him." Princess Anne excitedly smiled. "Mr. Knight, you are really handsome." The outside world had always been rumored that Tang Jing was her mysterious knight. Therefore, she couldn't help but praise him with this word. Fang Shishir slightly frowned. She was naturally clear about this story. Calling Tang Jing a knight in front of her was very provocative. "Do you know why the European countries fell from their altars?" Anne asked. "Why? It's because of the Rockefeller family. They are vampires, werewolves, and they have always been in cahoots with the Atlantic Empire's government. Back then, many European royalty and nobles died in the hands of the Rockefeller family. Because of this, the European countries fell, and the Atlantic Empire rose to become the most powerful country in the world." Tang Jing was shocked. He didn't think that there would be such a thing. "Therefore, I am actually very happy to see the Rockefeller family fall. It would be best if they were completely finished. Then, the Atlantic Empire can no longer strut around and act as the world's police." And gloated. "Then if you were exposed, wouldn't it involve the Swedish royal family?" Tang Jing curiously asked. Annie shrugged and stared at him with burning eyes. "Don't I have you? My knight. I believe that you won't just watch me and my country be bullied by the Rockefeller family, right?" Tang Jing did not reply, but secretly sighed. Of course he would not just stand by and watch. She was a noble princess, and even risked her life to save him. How could he just watch her and her country suffer because of this and not care about it? Annie was a very smart person. Sweden was considered a small country among the European countries, and it was struggling to survive in the cracks of other countries. Although the royal family's prestige still existed, it was more of a symbol. The real life of the royal family wasn't as glamorous as what the outside world saw. In fact, the royal family also had a lot of helplessness and difficulties. As the princess of a country, Annie naturally shouldered the responsibility of the royal family. If she really had a helper like Tang Jing, then it would be a good thing for the royal family. Perhaps it could turn the royal family's situation around. Of course, she did not hesitate to put herself in danger to save Tang Jing, not entirely because of this utilitarian thought, but because she subconsciously acted out of concern for his safety. Of course, she was a person who liked excitement. How could she miss out on such an exciting thing? Moreover, she always wanted to improve her relationship with Tang Jing. However, Tang Jing's body was like a thick eggshell that couldn't be touched by fire and water. This was an opportunity, and she naturally couldn't miss it. She looked forward to the relationship between the two of them. Looking at Tang Jing's expression, Annie's eyes lit up as she knew that her actions were finally effective, and that this trip was not in vain. The off-road vehicle drove into a heavily guarded area. The guards respectfully saluted the off-road vehicle with a solemn expression. Looking out of the window, Ding Liang's expression slightly changed as he exclaimed, "The embassy," and smiled. "This is the safest place. No one can harm you guys here. I believe that you guys need this place." "Thank you," Tang Jing gratefully replied. He truly needed this place to recover his cultivation. When the few of them got out of the vehicle, they were led to a luxurious suite. Tang Jing chose a room and immediately recovered his cultivation. Seeing the two women looking at each other awkwardly, Ding Liang hurriedly escaped into a room. Only Fang Shishir and An were left in the living room. "You and Tang Jing have known each other for a long time, right?" An was the first to break the silence. Fang Shishir nodded her head. "Yeah, I really envy you. You've known him for so long. If I had known him a few years earlier, my life would definitely be more interesting," An said with regret. Fang Shishir still couldn't understand An's thoughts. She politely said, "Thank you for saving me this time. This is my duty. After all, he is my knight and has saved my life twice. Once from the hands of pirates, and once from the hands of an island nation's assassin," and said with a smile as if she was recalling the thrilling scene. "He has always been willing to help others. Yes, so having such a boyfriend is really enviable. Senior sister, you are the happiest woman in the world," and complimented. "You are a princess of a country. You are also very happy. I don't know how many girls envy you," and faintly sighed. "If I had such an outstanding man to love, then even if the halo above my head was removed, I would still be willing." Fang Shishir's heart thumped. She didn't come with good intentions. Her words seemed to be coveting Tang Jing. Immediately, she sat up straight and secretly talked with An. The women's conversation was in the clouds. Outsiders wouldn't be able to understand the meaning behind it. Tang Jing didn't have the mind to pay attention to the two women's conversation. He silently revolved his power. His true qi increased little by little. His power recovered little by little. His body was filled with strength. His mind was immersed in Sumi Tian world. There was also an inexhaustible supply of bronze masks. Absorbing the power from them would allow him to quickly increase his true qi. One by one, the bronze masks lost their spiritual power. Together with the terracotta figures, they collapsed and became useless. Time passed minute by minute. His power quickly recovered. The sound of the terracotta figures breaking could be heard in Sumi Tian world. The yin qi in Sumi Tian world was very rich. It was stirred up by the wind and clouds. Hoo-hoo! The yin qi gathered and condensed into a whole. It rushed into a wooden box in the darkness. Chapter 768. Tang Jing sensed something and immediately noticed the change in the wooden box. Isn't this the wooden box I brought out from Langya Pavilion? At that time, it was placed side by side with the Inferno Divine Palm's wooden box. He had tried his best but was still unable to open it. He never thought that at this moment, it would open for no reason. The wooden box must have absorbed the yin qi earlier, so it opened by itself. He originally had the 9 yang saint body, so how could there be any yin qi in his body? Therefore, he never thought that he could use yin qi to trigger this wooden box. The wooden box had always been in Samuru world, so it was constantly being soaked in yin qi. Just now, it had absorbed so much yin qi that this change occurred. Strange. Tang Jing secretly clicked his tongue and looked straight at the wooden box. There was a jade token in the wooden box. The jade token's luster was moving, and one could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. Could it be a cultivation technique? Tang Jing still remembered that there were many cultivation techniques recorded in the jade token he obtained from the demon race. He even chose the sky-swallowing technique to cultivate. Although the sky-swallowing technique could swallow objects and had many ingenious uses in battle, he had always treated it as a support technique. Sumru world flashed, and a jade token appeared in Tang Jing's hand. He immediately immersed his divine sense into it, and a passage of text was immediately branded in his mind. The jade token's light dimmed, and finally, with a crack, it turned into dust. He hurriedly concentrated on analyzing the text. Without a doubt, this was a cultivation technique. However, he was confused because this was completely different from a normal cultivation technique. It seemed to be a fragmented and incomplete cultivation technique. What the hell? A fragment of a cultivation technique is worth keeping so carefully. Moreover, this cultivation technique was placed together with the Inferno Divine Palm. I originally thought it was a martial arts manual, but I didn't expect it to be a cultivation technique. Tang Jing really couldn't figure out the reason, but he still read on word by word, hoping to comprehend the profound meaning within. Unknowingly, his true qi began to move. With a clang, a table in the distance flew toward him and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ah! He couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He hurriedly raised his hand, and a black hole appeared in his palm. Wasn't this the scene when he used the sky-swallowing technique? How could this fragment trigger a reaction from the sky-swallowing technique? He flipped through the remaining pages word by word, and the incantation of the sky-swallowing technique slowly emerged in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Why does it have so many similarities with the heaven-swallowing technique? This discovery made him extremely surprised. When he carefully compared the two cultivation techniques, he actually found that after the sky-swallowing technique ended, he could smoothly transition to the incomplete cultivation technique. Could it be that the original sky-devouring technique was not complete, and this fragment is only the second half of the sky-devouring technique? Only when the two are combined together can it be the complete sky-devouring technique? He was completely shocked. Ever since he started practicing the sky-swallowing technique, he had only practiced it for fun because it was a technique of the demon race. He hadn't really put his heart and soul into it, so the power of the sky-swallowing technique had always been barely satisfactory. He originally thought that this was because the sky-swallowing technique only had this much power, and that the description of swallowing the heavens and the earth was just an exaggeration to scare people. Now it seemed that he had underestimated the power of the sky-swallowing technique. Or rather, the demon race's sky-swallowing technique was originally incomplete, and the most important part of the second half of the technique was actually shelved in the Langya Pavilion. Even the dragon race would not be stingy to take a second look at the fragment placed on the first floor of the Langya Pavilion. This was because the first floor of the Langya Pavilion was filled with martial arts techniques. The dragon race would definitely disdain cultivating martial arts techniques, and would instead cultivate more advanced cultivation techniques. The secret manuals on the first floor of the Langya Pavilion had always been shelved, and even the mysterious fragment of the sky-swallowing technique was hidden there. However, there was one thing that puzzled him. The cultivation techniques collected in the Langya Pavilion were all righteous cultivation techniques. They were dignified and magnificent, so how could there be a demon race cultivation technique? I'm afraid I can only go back and ask the five-clawed golden dragon. Tang Jing shook his head. When he connected the first and second parts of the sky-swallowing technique together, he made a new discovery. It turned out that the sky-swallowing technique was also divided into cultivation levels. They were, in order, devouring objects, absorbing skills, devouring souls, moving mountains, moving seas, and sky-swallowing. There were a total of 6 cultivation levels. Tang Jing realized that he had only cultivated to the first level of devouring objects. No wonder he could not sense its powerful power. If he cultivated to the 6th level of the sky-swallowing technique, then devouring the heavens and the earth would not be an exaggeration. He could really do it. He smacked his lips as he was stunned by this discovery. No wonder the demon race is so powerful. With such a heaven-defying cultivation technique, it's impossible for them not to be powerful. However, the sky-swallowing technique is not complete among the demon race, so they can't cultivate to this level. Without the second half of the technique, the cultivator will always be ignorant and will stop at the devouring objects level for life. Now that I have the complete cultivation technique, I can't give up on the sky-swallowing technique. Unlike other demon race cultivation techniques, I don't need to sacrifice other people's lives to increase my power during cultivation. It won't go against the heavens and the earth. Since I've cultivated to the sky-swallowing technique, I'll see if I can break through and reach the second level of the sky-swallowing technique. He delightfully began to research and explore, but was immediately shocked by the introduction of the absorption technique. This was because if one cultivated to this level, they could absorb the power of others. Furthermore, the higher their cultivation, the more power they could absorb from others. There was no need to cultivate at all. Just by absorbing other people's power, his cultivation could increase rapidly. He could not help but recall the scene when the first Emperor Qin absorbed the dragon Qi in his body. There was a huge difference between the two. The first Emperor Qin absorbed the dragon Qi, but he did not absorb power. Once the sky-swallowing technique absorbed the other party's power, the other party's cultivation would decrease greatly. If it continued to absorb, the other party would be beaten back to their original state, and their decades of cultivation would be wasted. If the other party's strength decreased and the other party's strength increased, there would be a huge gap. It was simply heaven-defying. Tang Zheng was excited. Did he not need this cultivation technique now? There were so many enemies. If he could absorb their power without killing them, would it not be the best of both worlds? Yangming suppressed the excitement in his heart and calmed down to focus on cultivating. He had already memorized the sky-swallowing technique by heart. In the past, he did not have many breakthroughs in his cultivation, but after comprehending the second half, he felt enlightened. Somehow, a special feeling welled up in his heart. He reached out his palm, and a black hole appeared on it. A mysterious aura spiraled around the hole. All of a sudden, the black hole shrunk bit by bit. Tang Jing frowned and gritted his teeth. It was obvious that he had reached a critical moment. Without warning, he shouted. The black hole quickly shrunk and disappeared, but the mysterious aura still lingered on his palm and could not be removed. Yangming opened his eyes and looked at his palm. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect to succeed so smoothly. I've finally cultivated the second level of the sky-swallowing technique's sky-swallowing technique. But it's a pity that I can only perform the sky-swallowing technique once a day now." It turned out that when he broke through, he had a slight understanding. The sky-swallowing technique was powerful, but it was not omnipotent. Given Tang Zheng's current strength, he could only perform it once a day. However, as his cultivation increased, the number of times he could use it would increase. Although there were many restrictions, Tang Jing was not depressed. Instead, he was very happy. The restrictions showed the brilliance of the sky-swallowing technique. If there were no restrictions, there would definitely be people who did not work hard to cultivate every day. Instead, they would place all their hopes on absorbing other people's powers. Although it was very tempting, the powers absorbed were from external sources after all. They were not accumulated and cultivated bit by bit. The two were completely different. In the beginning, cultivators would definitely taste the sweetness, and their powers would soar. However, if they relied too much on it and neglected the essentials, their cultivation would become more difficult and stagnate. This was because the powers in their bodies were all absorbed, and the dregs and essences were all absorbed. On the other hand, their real powers were suppressed bit by bit, and in the end, they did not have a foothold. This was also the reason why even if there were people who could quickly help people increase their cultivation, they would not increase it too much. The further a cultivator wanted to go, the more they would need to increase their cultivation through their own hard work. This was a long-term plan. Tang Jing was not blinded. Instead, he was very clear-headed. However, he was still looking forward to it. He did not know what it would be like to absorb other people's powers. His powers had already recovered to their peak. He walked out and found that the two women were sitting in the living room. The atmosphere was much more harmonious than before. It seemed that through talking, the unfamiliarity and estrangement between the two had disappeared. Tang Jing let out a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that these two women did not fight. Although his impression of Anne was much better, he did not really have any improper thoughts about her. Especially in front of his girlfriend, he could not show the slightest interest in Anne. Although Anne was indeed very attractive. Are you okay? The two women stood up at the same time and asked in unison. I'm fine. Thank you for your help, Princess Anne. Anne smiled sweetly. Why are we still so distant? What are you going to do next? Although Tang Jing had recovered his powers and even had a breakthrough in the sky-swallowing technique, he was not arrogant enough to confront the ancestor directly. This powerful opponent could only be dealt with in the future. I wonder if Princess Anne has a way to send us out of the Atlantic Empire? Tang Jing asked. Anne nodded confidently. Of course there is a way. You must be eager to leave, so let's go now. Tang Jing agreed. He was very grateful for Anne's understanding. Men! Anne called. The door was pushed open, and a person walked in respectfully. What orders does the princess have? Prepare the plane. We will leave immediately. Yes. After a while, he came back to report that everything was ready. Chapter 769. A luxurious private jet soared into the sky. Tang Jing and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They couldn't help but recall what they had seen and heard on the way. The police sealed off the road and carried out a strict search of the passing cars. If they weren't in the embassy's car, they might not have been spared. At this critical moment, Princess Anne's name was still very frightening. Ordinary people didn't dare to act rashly. This time, they were able to leave safely because of Princess Anne. Tang Jing nodded at her and thanked her sincerely. Anne smiled mysteriously and said, Since you're on my plane, you have to listen to my arrangements. Tang Jing smiled faintly. Of course. When can we reach Huaxia? We won't go back to Huaxia for the time being. Let's go to my country. Your country? That's right. My father and mother want to meet you. They sincerely invite you to visit my country. I hope you can do them the honor. Annie's smile disappeared as she said in a serious tone. This was out of Tang Dang's expectations. He didn't expect her parents to invite him. However, the other party's daughter had helped him so much. If he directly refused, it would be unreasonable. Okay, it would be impolite to refuse. Tang Jing promised. Fang Shishi's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. Unspecified currency. Princess Anne's eyes lit up with excitement. That's great! The plane landed at the Swedish Royal Airport. A team of armed guards was waiting for them. They escorted their motorcade into a magnificent palace. Looking from the window, this was a typical Gothic building. It had a historical charm, but it wasn't majestic. Of course, it definitely didn't have the aura of a nouveau riche. It was upright and very grand. Ding Liang had already been escorted to Huaxia by the guards. Tang Jing and Fang Shishi became the guests of the royal family. As soon as they got out of the car, Fang Shishi held Tang Jing's hand and didn't want to let go. It was as if she was declaring her sovereignty. Princess Anne glanced at it and dismissed it with a smile. Tang Jing could sense the uneasiness in Shishi's heart. He smiled at her and held her hand tightly. Seeing his smile, Fang Shishi let out a sigh of relief in her heart. Looking at the magnificent palace, she took a deep breath and encouraged herself. She could not be frightened by the other party's formation. In the majestic palace, two people sat in a condescending manner. The man had an extraordinary bearing, while the woman was graceful and noble. Tang Jing glanced at them and concluded that they were Anne's parents, the king and queen. The king and queen were also observing Tang Jing. He was born with delicate features. His Asian face was completely different from the Westerners. It was refreshing. He had an imposing appearance, neither servile nor overbearing, and had an extraordinary temperament. But when they saw Tang Jing and Fang Shishir tightly holding hands, a trace of fluctuation appeared in their eyes at the same time. What was going on? Could this girl be her younger sister? But wasn't he an orphan? He didn't have a younger sister. Although the two of them had complicated feelings, they did not show the slightest difference. This was the etiquette and bearing that a king and queen should have. The king stood up first and said in a kind and gentle tone, "Welcome our distinguished guest from afar, Mr. Tang Jing." Tang Jing nodded reservedly. "Thank you for your help, Your Majesty." This time, and was able to mobilize so many resources to help him. It was definitely not just her own actions and will. She must have received the king's approval. The king nodded and smiled. "Mr. Tang Jing has helped my daughter many times. Your Huaxia values the kindness of a drop of water and a spring of water to be repaid. This is what I should do." The king was refined and courteous, and did not give off an overbearing and aloof feeling, which gave Tang Jing a good impression of him. "Mr. Tang Jing, why don't you introduce us to this beautiful young lady next to you? She is my girlfriend, Fang Shishir." Tang Jing directly introduced her. The corner of Fang Shishir's mouth revealed a satisfied smile. The king and queen looked at each other, and their expressions finally changed a little. They looked at and at the same time. What was going on? How did he have a girlfriend? Anne's expression did not change, and there was a faint smile on her face. Although the king and queen had many questions in their hearts, they could not ask in person. That would be too rude and incompatible with the style of the royal family. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. The king immediately restrained his expression, laughed dryly, and praised insincerely. "Your girlfriend is so beautiful." After a pause, he quickly changed the topic. "Please move to the dining hall. Let's have lunch together first." After that, the king and queen walked down the stairs. The royal butler Bruce quickly came up to them. Bruce gave Tang Jing a deep look and slightly nodded his head. The two were familiar with each other, so Tang Jing also nodded his head in response. "Honorable guests, please," Bruce invited. Tang Jing held Fang Shishir's hand and walked side by side with the king and queen to the dining hall. There were many attendants standing on both sides, looking at them politely. Anne was pulled aside by the queen and whispered to in a low voice. The king had a gentle and dignified smile on his face the whole time. The group came to the dining hall, which was very bright. The sunlight outside the window shone in, perfectly setting off the elegant style of the dining hall. A group of attendants was busy in front of a long dining table. When the king and the others arrived, they were just ready and took a few steps back in unison. Exquisite dishes were already placed on the table. They were like works of art, exuding boundless beauty. Tang Jing was calm. After the king invited him, he took the initiative to sit down. The attendants considerately pulled out chairs for them. The king tapped the exquisite wine glass with a spoon, raised the glass, and said, "Today is to welcome the honorable guests from afar. Let us drink together and welcome the guests." The queen and princess raised their glasses. Tang Jing and Fang Shishir looked at each other, and also raised their glasses. They took a sip. The king said, "Honorable guests, please taste our delicious food." When the meal began, Tang Jing buried himself in the delicacies. He had to admit that the Western food of the royal family was much better than the Western restaurants outside. Although he didn't eat Western food often, he could tell the difference between good and bad. Fang Shishir, on the other hand, found the food tasteless and ate in silence. Tang Jing didn't know the rules of the royal family, so he simply treated it as if it was his own home. He ate the dishes politely and didn't make a fool of himself. The royal family lived up to the saying of, "Don't talk when eating and don't talk when sleeping." They finished the meal in silence. Although the atmosphere was a little strange, both sides tacitly didn't point it out. The queen warmly invited Fang Shishir to visit the palace, and Tang Jing was invited to the king's study. Looking at the large books in the study, which was comparable to a library, Tang Jing deeply felt what it meant to have a heritage. This was definitely not like some nouveau riche who purely used the study as a way to show off. Those books were simply put on the shelf and would never be flipped through in their lifetime. The books in this library-like study were definitely frequently flipped through. This was the heritage that distinguished the nouveau riche. Bruce made the tea and politely left the study. The two sat quietly in front of the window and looked at the beautiful scenery outside. The king spoke first. "Mr. Tangjing, I've heard a lot of rumors about you. Your identity is very special. Not only are you a mysterious practitioner, but you are also a consultant of the Huaxia Security Bureau. You also have your own company and are famous in Yenqing University. I really can't imagine how you can do all this at your age. So, I sincerely admire you." The king's straightforward praise made Tangjing a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you flatter me." The king shook his head. "It's not flattering, but it's not enough to describe your excellence. This time, you directly collided with the Rockefeller family. This is no different from Mars colliding with Earth. It's really dazzling and amazing." Hearing the king mention the Rockefeller family, Tangjing shivered. He knew the business was coming. The king's invitation was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It was just to thank him for helping Princess, and every word and action of the royal family had a deep meaning. "I heard Princess and mentioned some of the past history of the Rockefeller family and European countries. It was really unexpected and left a deep impression." Tangjing simply continued the topic and simply said. The king's face showed grief. He sighed and said, "You don't know how big of a threat the Rockefeller family is to us. They really make people hate them to the bone." With the king's personality, saying such ruthless words was definitely not a lie. He probably really hated the Rockefeller family to the bone. Tangjing said sadly, "It's understandable. But why can't so many European countries join forces to fight against the Rockefeller family? Back then, the European countries' national strength was the best in the world." Assassination! The Rockefeller family took advantage of their unique advantages and launched assassinations on the royal families of the European countries. Many of the royal families of the countries were killed by them. Of course, they also killed many of their own people. The killing continued for a century, and the Atlantic Empire took advantage of the situation to rise. In the end, both sides reached a compromise and temporarily maintained peace. However, the rise of the Atlantic Empire was irreversible, and the fall of the European countries could not be stopped. Because of this, the current situation was formed. Even now, many European countries still shamelessly follow the Atlantic Empire, forgetting their past. It is really lamentable. The king was panting with anger. Perhaps the resentment accumulated in his heart, which he had no way to vent, now seemed to have opened a gate and poured out. Tangjing looked at the king with a burning gaze and said, "Then you really want the Rockefeller family to completely disappear from this world?" "Of course, it's not just me. There are many others who have the same idea. It's just that no one dared to go against the Rockefeller family. Now a hero has appeared." The king looked at Tangjing with bright and piercing eyes. "You want me to completely defeat the Rockefeller family?" The king nodded. "Of course. That way, you will be the hero of Europe, an eternal hero with supreme influence. More influence than you used to have." In the past, he only relied on Princess Anne's mysterious knight to have a little influence, but in the eyes of the nobles, he still did not have much of a presence. Chapter 770. Seeing that Tangjing was silent, the king continued to add, "Since you have such a strong influence in Europe, no one will dare to touch you. I heard that many people in Huaxia are also hostile to you." Tangjing's eyelids twitched. The other party's preparation was indeed sufficient. He even thought of this point. Tangjing did not hesitate to leave behind Mount Wujuan and the witch tribe. One of the biggest uses was to restrain the officials and make them wary. He, Tangjing, was not alone. He had a large group of brothers under him. In ancient times, it was often a taboo to have an army for oneself. However, if one had enough soldiers, it was not a taboo, but a deterrent and protective talisman. Moreover, your company will be unimpeded in Europe. This is a very large market. The king continued to throw out the bait. Seeing that Tangjing was unmoved, the king could not help but feel anxious. Could it be that his weight was not heavy enough? His mind spun rapidly. Although he was calm and collected, talking cheerfully and wittily, he was actually very anxious in his heart. He had been looking forward to the appearance of a hero like Tang Jing for a long time. Now that the hero was in front of him, how could he just let him go? As the saying goes, a soldier who does not want to be a general is not a good soldier. He was not a good soldier, but he was a good king. He wanted to improve his country's influence and status in Europe and even the world. His territory was not large, but his ambition was not small. If he could achieve this, then he would leave his name in history. As a king, perhaps this was the only thing that was attractive enough. The king gritted his teeth and said, "I have heard of the rumors about UNN, and is the most famous princess in Europe. Many people admire her. I think you are the same. If you agree, I will not pursue the matter between you and your girlfriend. I know that Huaxia has many traditions, including polygamy. I respect your customs." Eh? Tang Jing smacked his lips and almost bit his tongue off. He had really put in a lot of effort to make such a tempting offer. If it was someone else, they would definitely agree without hesitation. Being able to marry the princess of a country was something that many people dreamed of. It was simply like smoke rising from one's ancestral grave. However, Tang Jing did not have any improper thoughts about Princess Anne. Although Princess Anne was beautiful, there was always a distance between them. When it came to liking someone, appearance was only one of the reasons, but it wasn't the deciding factor. The National Security Agency had endured the pain of using his daughter as a bargaining chip. It could be seen how desperate his thoughts were. Tang Jing felt a little sad. In ancient times, princesses were often married off to seek peace. Although hundreds and thousands of years had passed, some things had not changed, even in the West, which had always boasted of freedom and democracy. Tang Jing was not angry. He just felt that under Princess Anne's glamorous appearance, there was actually a lot of unhappiness and bitterness. She was not much different from an ordinary person. At this point, the halo above Princess Anne's head gradually dissipated in Tang Jing's eyes. He couldn't help but feel that Princess Anne was also amiable. That sense of distance had disappeared without a trace. Tang Jing knew that Princess Anne had always wanted to improve their relationship, but he had always turned a blind eye. Now, he couldn't help but feel pity for her. In the future, he would treat her better and at least treat her as a friend. The king stared at Tang Jing. He thought to himself, "I've already lowered myself so much. Are you still not satisfied?" He almost couldn't help but blurt out, and directly asked Tang Jing to state the conditions. Tang Jing finally opened his mouth. He said neither too fast nor too slow, "Your Majesty, I don't have any improper thoughts about him, but I will also agree to this matter." The king was overjoyed, but in his heart, he secretly thought that he must be too embarrassed to admit it. This kind of thing should be understood tacitly. It was indeed too impulsive to say it directly. He nodded towards Tang Jing with a smile that said, "I know what you're thinking." He stretched out his hand and said, "Then I wish us a happy cooperation." "A happy cooperation." Tang Jing gently shook his hand. "But this matter is too dangerous. I can't just take the risk and you guys can just sit back and reap the benefits. You guys should at least contribute a little, right? Of course, I have secretly contacted the kings of several countries. They have secretly come to Sweden. I will introduce them to you and discuss the specific details." Tang Jing said that he was well prepared. He had actually contacted other countries as if he was sure that he would agree. Tang Jing did not refuse. Next, it was time to negotiate the conditions. He would fight for enough etiquette for himself. The king seemed to be a person who firmly believed in striking while the iron was hot, so he arranged a meeting that night. Although the people in front of him were the rulers of a country that many people admired, in Tang Jing's eyes, they had already shed their halo and become ordinary people, business partners, negotiation targets. Thus, he did not show any mercy and argued with them. In the end, he won a lot of benefits. In the future, when he truly attacked the Rockefeller family, these countries would have to support him. This support was not in the form of military strength, but in the form of economic support. They would fiercely attack the Rockefeller family's industries and seize the Rockefeller family's benefits. Naturally, these benefits would belong to Tang Jing, and these countries would not be able to touch them. Although it was a little painful, when they thought about how their national strength would rapidly rise without the suppression of the Rockefeller family in the future, this sacrifice was worth it. At the same time, these countries would also attack the Atlantic Empire in the financial market. The most painful thing for a country was the virtual financial market. It would cause a shock in various industries and even shake the foundation of the country. According to the plan, Tang Jing's company would send people to open up business in Europe to prepare to take over the Rockefeller family's industries in the future. This spoil of war would be huge. It should be known that the Rockefeller family had been in business for hundreds of years, involved in various industries, and was the leader in many of them. Once he took over these, Tang Jing's industries would rapidly rise. Although it would not reach the current state of the Rockefeller family, in time, it would definitely surpass them. At that time, it would be difficult to resist even if the several major families in Huaxiao were to join forces. His business empire would truly take shape. Fang Shishir was obviously not as good as Tang Jing. Although the queen and princess and were very friendly on the surface, the queen still had some hostility towards her. Fang Shishir, who was sensitive, was smart enough to feel it, but she could not do anything about it. She could only force a smile. In the dead of night, Tang Jing and Fang Shishir were arranged in 2 separate rooms. Obviously, they were not in the same room as Tang Jing wanted. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, and he did not have the opportunity to talk to Fang Shishir. However, they obviously did not expect Tang Jing to be so daring. He actually climbed over the wall, climbed through the window, and sneaked into Fang Shishir's room. When Fang Shishir saw the person who climbed in through the window, she almost made a move. However, after seeing the person's face clearly, she was shocked and opened her mouth wide. "You! How did you climb in?" Tang Jing laughed. "I miss you." The two had not seen each other for several months. The process of their previous meeting could not be said to be wonderful. They had narrowly escaped death. Now that they were finally free, the strong feelings could not help but hit their hearts. Tang Jing did not care about the rules. No rules could stop him from seeing Fang Shishir and complaining about the pain of lovesickness. He could not help but criticize His Majesty. Knowing that Fang Shishir was his girlfriend, he still insisted on arranging 2 rooms for them. This was blatantly destroying his happiness. After hearing this, Fang Shishir's words of reproach immediately disappeared. Only tenderness was left. She hugged him and said coquettishly, "I miss you too." As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. The 2 of them were originally passionate young men and women. When dry wood met a raging fire, it was easy to ignite. In a short while, the room was filled with sounds that made one blush. Fortunately, the room was soundproof, so there was no need to worry about the walls having ears. Because of this, the 2 of them were very immersed. They even unlocked many new moves, making the 2 of them feel as if their bodies and minds were floating on top of the clouds. Huff, huff! The 2 heavily gasped for breath before Tang Jing flipped over and laid down flat on the ground. Fang Shishir was lying on his chest, her full breasts pressing against his chest, causing ripples in one's heart. He once again began to feel restless. Fang Shishir glanced at his lower body. Her face was as red as blood. She pretended to slap him and said, "Beat this dishonest guy." "Hey, what if you break it?" Tang Jing hurriedly stopped her. "It's best if you break it. Then you won't attract bees and butterflies," Fang Shishir said coquettishly. Tang Jing laughed. "If you break it, I won't be able to serve you. How can you bear to do that? It would be strange if I didn't." Tang Jing grabbed her hand and held her in his arms. "Don't move. Otherwise, you will really suffer. Be honest." Fang Shishir didn't dare to move again. She was deeply afraid that he would become lively again. She said sourly, "Princess and has a special liking for you," Tang Jing righteously said. I don't have any thoughts about it. Humph, I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves remembering. Moreover, there are so many close female friends in the country. Hearing this, Tang Jing couldn't help but think of Yi Ding Dang. He said, Ding Dang has left. Fan Shusher knew very well about the matter between Tang Jing and Yi Ding Dang. Back then, Yi Ding Dang's parents tried their best to matchmake the two of them, but in the end, she still won the first prize. She was happy for a long time. Later, she also chose to turn a blind eye to the ambiguous relationship between Tang Jing and Yi Ding Dang. This was her philosophy. She wasn't as tough as Yi Ding Dang. Her personality was more of a delicate woman's mentality. She liked Tang Jing, and Tang Jing also liked her. He even risked his life to save her. In this world, how many men could do this? She felt that this was her luck. Why should she ask for so much? This year of studying and living independently made her think through many things. Love wasn't just about possessing, but more about giving. Tang Jing gave so much, but how much did she give? Therefore, even though she knew about Tang Jing's romantic past, she still didn't leave him. Especially after experiencing this matter, she knew that she couldn't leave him in this lifetime. Chapter 771. Fan Shusher sensed Tang Gang's gloomy mood. She gently stroked his chest and said emotionally, I will never leave you. Tang Jing's emotions fluctuated as he hugged her even tighter. He wanted nothing more than to rub her into his body. He promised, I will never leave you either. I will always protect you. Fan Shusher gazed deeply into his eyes and nodded. I believe you. Warm as spring, silky and delicate feelings lingered in each other's hearts. After a long time, they slightly calmed down. Tang Jing asked, Sure, you wore the golden jade purple robe, but those people still caught you and even hurt you. It seems that a mere defensive transcendent artifact is not enough to protect you. Fan Shusher's expression darkened. This was a cruel reality. She forced a smile and said, Transcendent artifacts are hard to find in this world. This is something that can't be helped. That may not be so. Tang Jing smiled mysteriously. A rainbow light suddenly appeared in the center of his palm. This rainbow light floated up and illuminated the entire room. Wow! Fan Shusher opened her mouth wide. She had never seen such a brilliant scene in her life. It was like a rainbow, but more beautiful and mysterious than a rainbow. A ribbon floated in the air, giving her the urge to grab it. This rainbow ribbon is for you. Really? Fan Shusher could not believe it. She could clearly feel the powerful energy contained in it. This was a rare high-grade transcendent artifact. This is a heaven-grade transcendent artifact. It is as if it was specially made for you. I specially prepared this gift for you. This was one of the 3 transcendent artifacts that Tang Jing took out from the 3rd floor of the Langya Pavilion. They were the clear wind sword, the sacred armor shield, and the rainbow ribbon. The clear wind sword had already been gifted to Yi Ding Dang. The clear wind sword was very compatible with the wind-chasing swordsmanship. The sacred armor shield was an oracle bone, a heaven-grade defensive transcendent artifact. Tang Jing kept it for his own use. However, he had no use for it at the moment. When he was fighting with Qin Shi Huang in the mausoleum, Qin Shi Huang's strength was too strong, and he couldn't resist at all. The holy armor shield couldn't change the situation. In Rockefeller's castle, he had successfully escaped without using the holy armor shield. Therefore, this heaven-grade defensive magic treasure was still in the idle stage. However, the rainbow ribbon finally welcomed its new owner. Fan Shusher was overjoyed. She kissed Tang Jing and said sweetly, You're too good to me. Let's bind it with blood first. Fan Shusher channeled her energy and forced out a drop of essence blood from her finger. It fell on the 7-colored silk. The 7-colored silk shone brightly, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Collect! Fan Shusher shouted, and the 7-colored light instantly converged. The 7-colored silk wrapped around her waist, and with a flash of light, it turned into a beautiful belt. Wow, that's great! Fang Shishir was so excited that she danced with joy. Tang Jing also smiled. Seeing her so happy made him happier than if he had obtained a heaven-grade magic treasure. Making his woman happy was the duty of any true man. In Princess Anne's bedroom, two people were lying on the soft bed. Anne and the Queen, the mother and daughter pair, were confiding in each other. "And you never told me that Tang Zheng has a girlfriend?" the Queen asked with a straight face. And slyly blinked and said, "You didn't ask me either." The Queen was angry, but with her magnanimous nature, she couldn't scold her. She could only earnestly say, "You are the princess. Could it be that you have to tolerate him having other women?" And shrugged and said, "Is there a lack of dirty things in the royal family of each country? How many people secretly have lovers? Mother, you should know, right?" The Queen was speechless. In any country, the most chaotic was the royal family. Don't look at the dignified appearance, but the dirty things in the dark were hard to imagine. The Queen had been influenced by what she saw and heard over the years. "But this is too much for you," the Queen said with heartache. "Actually, I don't know if I like him or not. At most, I have a good impression of him." Anne's eyes were filled with a complicated expression as she said faintly, "If you don't like him, then stop in time." The Queen was overjoyed. "But I like to stay with him. It's especially exciting and never monotonous. Moreover, it gives me a sense of security." Princess Anne's eyes were filled with little stars. "Huff, huff!" the Queen gasped for breath. She was obviously angry and said, "You are wrong, do you know that?" And shrugged and said, "Is that so? Who knows how many mistakes a person makes in their life? You have taught me since I was young to be cautious and avoid making mistakes. But I really want to make a mistake once and see how it feels." The Queen looked as if she didn't recognize her daughter. She stared straight at her and said, "You will regret it." "That's not necessarily true." Anne's eyes were firm. The next day, Tang Jing walked out of his room and smiled at Fang Shishir, who opened the door next door. Fang Shishir's face was red as she glared at him. "You're up." And then the Queen happened to walk in and saw the two exchanging glances. And pretended not to see, but the Queen looked at Fang Shishir. Her face was flushed and her skin was smooth and delicate. It was very different from yesterday. As someone who had experienced it before, the Queen could tell at a glance that Fang Shishir was nourished and the result of a balance of yin and yang. The two of them clearly slept in separate rooms. Could it be that they secretly slept together last night? Ridiculous, ridiculous. How could such a thing happen in the Swedish palace right under their noses? The Queen's breathing couldn't help but quicken a bit, but she was very restrained and didn't flip out. Instead, she gave Tang Zheng a deep look. Without a doubt, this kind of lustful matter was definitely his doing. "I'll take you out for a tour today," and warmly invited. Since the business was done, Tang Jing didn't intend to stay any longer. After all, there were still many things to do in the country. He couldn't contact Tian Chanzi and didn't know what happened in the East that made him so uneasy. "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm preparing to return to my country." Tang Jing tactfully refused. "Return to your country?" The Queen was very surprised, especially when Tang Jing refused her daughter's kindness. This made her quite unhappy. There was no man in the world who had the heart to refuse Anne. Without a doubt, Tang Jing was the first. The Queen was about to sternly refute, but Anne beat her to it. "Okay, school is busy, and I have to go back quickly. I can't stay any longer. Mother, we'll leave later. I'll miss you," and gave the Queen a big hug. The Queen's anger was suppressed in her chest, and she had nowhere to vent it. As an elegant queen, she wouldn't reprimand the man her daughter liked in front of her daughter, even if the man made her very unhappy. This was her basic quality. Thousands of words turned into one sentence. "Mother will miss you even more." After breakfast, Tang Jing was called by the king to the study for a long time. This time, the focus was on the master-disciple relationship between Anne and Tian Chanzi. Obviously, the king already knew about this strange master-disciple relationship, but he was happy to see it. He had learned from many channels that Tian Chanzi was a very powerful cultivator. His daughter had become a cultivator, so in the future, the royal family could also become cultivators. Why could the Rockefeller family run rampant, and no one dared to provoke them? That was because of their unique physique and strong strength. He was stronger than other families and even the European royal family, so he could be so arrogant and suppress them fiercely. The European royal family had never found a way to enhance their own strength. Hua Xiao's martial arts were, of course, powerful, but in fact she kept it to herself and didn't teach it to outsiders. Not to mention these foreigners, even if they tried their best to learn, they only learned a little. But now it was different. A new broad road was in front of the king. He had heard of Tang Zheng's strength, and he was a real master. If his daughter practiced it, then in the future, she could also teach the skills of cultivation to the royal family. The royal family was powerful and could be superior to other countries. Once the Rockefeller family fell, the Swedish royal family could quickly rise and suppress the other heroes. Just imagining that scene made the king extremely excited. Therefore, before leaving, he specially asked Tang Jing to take care of Anne, and also prepared a big gift for him in Tian Chanzi. 2 special gift boxes made of unknown materials. Tang Jing knew that the Western people were used to opening gift boxes in front of the host. He was also very curious about what kind of gift the king of a country would give. With his identity, he shouldn't be able to take out ordinary things. Eating and taking was Tang Geng's favorite thing to do. He solemnly opened the box, and inside the 2 boxes laid a fist-sized shiny object that looked like a crystal. "What are these?" Tang Jing asked, puzzled. Were they just 2 big crystals? That was a bit too shabby. Crystals weren't worth much. As if he could see his disappointment, the king hurriedly introduced as if he was presenting a treasure. These 2 crystals were found in a meteorite impact 100 years ago. According to our investigation, they contain a powerful energy, but we have no way to extract it. I thought that since you practitioners are so powerful, giving pearls to heroes, maybe you have a way. Crystals? Tang Zheng was full of doubts. There were too many uncertainties in the things found in meteorites. Maybe it was a waste stone that was useless on other planets, or it could contain treasures, elements that didn't exist on Earth. By examining and processing this kind of meteorite, many things could be made, such as weapons. Many famous knives and swords in ancient times were made of meteorite iron contained in meteorites. They could cut iron like mud and cut hair. They were the favorite of swordsmen. Was there energy in it? Tang Jing was skeptical, but he casually grabbed a crystal. Whoosh! Tang Zheng's breathing quickened involuntarily. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the crystal in his palm in disbelief. His genuine qi was running on its own. A stream of energy was transferred from the crystal to his palm and flowed to his 8 extraordinary meridians. This energy was very pure, without a trace of impurities. It was even purer than the spirit stones he used before. Although it was only a small piece, the energy contained in it was immeasurable. How could ordinary pearls and gems compare to this? This was a priceless treasure. Chapter 772. Crystal stones were a higher level existence than spirit stones. It was a cultivation treasure that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. However, there were very few of them in the world, and they could only be found in some meteorites. Although Tang Jing did not know this point, he could already confirm that crystal stones were very important to his future cultivation. He happily put away the gift box and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Looking at Tang Deng's reaction, the king knew that this gift was the right one. He secretly thought that the remaining crystal stones would definitely be of great use to and in the future. Then I will leave and in your care in the future. Send my regards to Tian Chanzi, the king said with a smile. Tang Jing, Fang Shishir, and Annie took a private jet to leave Sweden and return home. They landed at the Beijing International Airport, and without the entourage of attendants, they returned to the city in a light car. And looked at Tang Jing and asked, "Tang Jing, you must have found a new place to live, right?" Eh? Tang Jing was speechless. A woman's mind was very meticulous. Seeing that he had not returned to his original home for a long time, she actually guessed this point. He could not deny it, and could only nod his head. Then can I go and take a look? And looked at him with her big sparkling eyes. He could not refuse and could only nod his head. She when they arrived at the villa, and covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Wow, so you are living in such a luxurious place. No wonder you did not return to your previous home." Tang Jing was speechless, and rolled his eyes. Compared to her family's palace, this was a world of difference. Just as they entered the house, Nana flew down from upstairs. She jumped into Tang Jing's arms and happily shouted, "Brother, you are finally back!" Tang Jing patted her back and said, "Yes, I miss Nana, so I came back." "I miss you too." Nana pouted and looked at her with her big black eyes. Emperor Fairy and Marshall also walked down the stairs. Emperor Fairy glanced at Tang Jing indifferently, and then focused all of her attention on Nana. The other two beauties did not attract her attention at all. When Wu saw Tang Jing, she was a little excited, but when she saw Fang Shishir, her expression became a little awkward. Fang Shishir recognized Marshall, so he was not surprised, but towards the Emperor Fairy, he could not help but take a few more glances. Although the Emperor Fairy had deliberately concealed her charm, she was still extremely beautiful. And was dumbfounded. She exclaimed, "Wow, Hua Xia has an idiom, a golden house hides a mistress. Yes, this is what it means to keep a mistress in a golden house." Tang Jing almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "How can you fan the flames like this? Do you think it's not chaotic enough?" Fang Shishir's expression remained the same, as if he did not hear those words. Tang Jing hurriedly introduced both parties, changing the topic. "They all live here, and the rooms are also like this. I also want to choose one. I don't want to go back and live in that empty house alone." And was not polite at all. She directly said and ran upstairs to choose a room. Tang Jing had no choice but to give up. Sure, go and choose a room," Tang Jing said. "I'll take her," Marshall took the initiative to say. Fang Shishir smiled faintly at her and thanked her before the two of them went upstairs. As for the Emperor Fairy, she directly sat on the sofa and said without batting an eyelid, "Something seems to have happened in the east." Tang Jing was stunned and asked, "You know about it too?" "I have a feeling, but I am still unable to determine what it is." Emperor Fairy had been wholeheartedly teaching her disciple Nana during this period of time. She was not distracted at all, and the matters of the outside world could not disturb her. Tang Jing was puzzled. Not only did Tian Chanzi have feelings for him, but even Emperor Fairy was no exception. This was not an illusion, but something big had happened. But what could it be? Tian Chanzi could not be contacted, so he had no way of knowing. His heart felt like it was being pressed down by a stone. He felt uneasy and decided to give Su Yingtian a call to see if he had any information. Su Yingtian's voice was somewhat tired. After returning from Heaven Mountain, he had arrested so many terrorists. During this period of time, he had been so busy that his feet did not touch the ground. Of course, these achievements had greatly increased the chief's impression of him. The negative impression of him had gradually been made up. When he heard Tang Jing's voice, his tone returned to normal. He said, "Congratulations on successfully rescuing Miss Fang." Tang Jing hurriedly thanked him. If he had not ordered Ding Liang to fully cooperate with him, he would not have been able to achieve such a victory. "Last time, I said that something big had happened in the east. Do you have any news? I was just about to contact you. I just received the news not long ago. Something happened in the island nation. Many people died, and there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. This matter was kept secret very well. The people did not know at all. I also paid a huge price to obtain this information." Tang Jing was silent. The deaths of many people and the strange phenomenon in the sky made his heart thump. His mood sank to the bottom. Wouldn't this be the case when the Mountain River blood sacrifice array was activated? Could it be that someone had activated the mountain river blood sacrifice array in the island nation? If that was the case, this person had to be the Hundred Faces Star-Lord. Tang Jing had always been wary of the Hundred Faces Star-Lord activating this array in the country. He did not expect that he would not do this at all. Instead, he went to the island nation. The island nation was adjacent to Huaxia. The spiritual energy was not too thin, especially when the Tree of Life was gradually improving the spiritual energy in the world. This caused the spiritual energy in the island nation to become even denser. This was something that Tang Jing had personally experienced in the island nation the last time. There were restrictions to activating the mountain river blood sacrifice array and summoning the demons back. That was, it had to be near Huaxia, a place with abundant spiritual energy. Otherwise, the array would not be successfully activated. If it were not for this restriction, the Rockefeller family would not have traveled thousands of miles and risked exposure to activate this array in Heavenly Mountain. The Hundred Faces Star-Lord was obviously smarter than the Rockefeller family and knew more about the secrets. Therefore, he took a step back and completed this operation in the island nation. Moreover, more people died in the sacrifice because, after all, it was in the island nation and not Huaxia. In order to maximize the effect, the Hundred Faces Star-Lord did not hesitate to sacrifice several times more people. Although Tang Jing was unwilling to admit it, he knew that his worries were probably true. The demons had returned to this world. The thing that he had always wanted to stop had happened. A strong sense of frustration hit him, causing him to lie on the sofa in defeat. Nana sensed his depression and crawled over. She asked with concern, "Brother, what's wrong?" Tang Jing took a deep breath and shook his head weakly. "Tang Zheng, what's wrong?" Su Yingtian also sensed that something was wrong and quickly asked. "Director Su, I'm afraid that what we have always wanted to stop has failed in the end. The demons have returned." "Ah!" Su Yingtian let out a scream. With a thud, the phone fell to the ground. He quickly picked it up and asked breathlessly, "Are you sure?" "I'm pretty sure." "Could it be that someone in the island nation has activated the mountain river blood sacrifice array?" "Yes, and this must be done by the Hundred Faces Star-Lord." Su Yingtian's breathing was like a bellows. He could not calm down for a long time. Finally, he asked helplessly, "Then what should we do?" "Make all the preparations. The demons have returned. This world is going to be in chaos," Tang Jing said weakly. "I'll immediately report to the director." Su Yingtian did not have time to say more and quickly hung up the phone. Tang Jing closed his eyes and sank into the sofa. His brain was spinning rapidly. The demons had returned. How should he deal with them? With his cultivation, he was afraid that there was no way to deal with them. Although he was already a second-grade golden core, the demons had more masters and greater destructive power. With his own strength, it was like a mantis trying to stop a car. Do I really have to rebuild the stairway to heaven and let all the practitioners in the human realm beyond heaven return to resist the demon's attack? But my cultivation has not reached the level to break the restriction of the Imperial City and release the five-clawed golden dragon. How can I take out the dark stone of heaven and earth under the Imperial City? He shook his head violently and was very confused. Empyrean Fairy looked at him curiously and said, "What happened? I heard you say that the demons have returned. Are the demons in the human realm beyond heaven coming back?" Empyrean Fairy already knew the details of the expulsion of the practitioners to the human realm beyond heaven hundreds of years ago. Tang Jing let out a long sigh and said, "Yes. Then what's the trouble? They were originally people of this world." Empyrean Fairy did not take it seriously. "The demons have existed in this world for thousands of years. What's the fuss about their return?" Tang Jing shook his head. "It's not what you think. The demons are cruel by nature. Once they return, the people in this world will suffer." Empyrean Fairy looked at him strangely and said, "You and Qin Shi Huang are both Skywalkers, but there is a big difference between the two of you. He will never be troubled like you. The lives of ordinary people are like ants in his eyes. He will never care about their lives. He is the emperor of all ages. I am just an ordinary person. I can't be like him. Tang Jing smiled bitterly. Then what are you going to do? Empyrean Fairy asked curiously. Tang Jing shook his head. I have not thought of a way yet. I can only wait and see. Tian Chanzi went to the island nation. Let's wait for his news. Since the demons had returned, Tang Jing could not leave Huaxia. What if the demons returned and the people around him were harmed? The most important thing now was to figure out the movements of the demons after they returned. Were they still in the island nation, or had they already snuck back to Huaxia, and what their goal was? However, the necessary preparations could still be done. Lu Qingmei was still on a business trip, so he had to return to the capital as soon as possible. He was more at ease with his own woman by his side, so that he could protect them to the greatest extent. As for his grandfather, Tang Jing had already made plans for Yi Yuan to bring him and the rest of the witch clan, including the elders of the witch clan who were overseas, to the island. That was his final base camp. The island was safer than the mainland. Chapter 773. The excuse that Tang Jing had prepared did not come in handy. The old man was very reasonable and casually agreed. In fact, as long as it was Tang Jing's decision, the old man would generally not oppose it. He knew that he could not drag his grandson down. Since his grandson did this, then there must be a reason. He would just do as he was told. Seeing that the old man was so reasonable, Tang Jing was moved, and thought of something else. The Empyrean Fairy had once said that the light-belonging pill only had one effect in a person's life, which meant that his grandfather still had 9 years of life left. Tang Jing was gloomy. He decided that the next time they met, he would definitely teach his grandfather the cultivation method. Although it was a bit late for him, it would still improve his physique and have the effect of prolonging his life. Then, he contacted Yi Yuan, the witch clan elder, and Wu Junshan respectively, explaining the seriousness of the situation in detail. He ordered the 3 of them to meet up and move everyone to the island, as well as guard against any possible dangers. They also felt the seriousness of their attitude, and their tones were heavy. After explaining all this, Tang Jing called Lu Qingmei. Lu Qingmei's voice had a trace of experience. In the past, she was an ice beauty, but after meeting Tang Jing, her ice mountain melted. Even the way she treated people and things in her life became a lot gentler, not as cold as before. However, after leaving school and entering the workplace, her personality had changed quite a bit. When she received a call from Tang Jing, she was pleasantly surprised. Although the 2 of them were close, they did not talk on the phone like a normal young couple in love. Even the few women around Tang Jing were not like this. They all understood that Tang Jing had too many things to do, so it was impossible for him to take out so much time to talk about love with them like a normal boy. This bit of understanding and tolerance was precious. When Tang Jing occasionally thought about it, he could not help but feel a warm current flowing through his heart. After receiving a call from Tang Jing, Lu Qingmei was very happy. Sister Mei, what are you busy with? I just finished talking to my client. Why are you so obedient and calling me? Lu Qingmei said gently. I miss you, Tang Jing said sincerely. These were indeed words from the bottom of her heart. She had not seen Lu Qingmei for quite some time, so she really missed her teacher. Fortunately, he was making the call in his bedroom. Otherwise, if the women outside heard it, who knew what kind of bloody case it would cause? Lu Qingmei was silent for a while before she said emotionally, I miss you too. Sister Mei, are you done with your work? Almost. What's wrong? Come back quickly. Do you really miss me so much that you can't wait to see me? Lu Qingmei asked mischievously. Yes. Tang Jing didn't tell her the real reason because he didn't want to scare her. All right, I'll fly back tomorrow. You have to pick me up at the airport. I will definitely be there. In the evening, Mu Hongyan came back from work. This time, the room full of beauties became even more lively. Even Fan Shusher couldn't help but look at him a few more times, making him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Mu Hongyan and Fang Shishir were old acquaintances. After meeting, they were very close. After dinner, Mu Hongyan looked at the room full of girls. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, she was going to take Nana back to her home. Nana insisted on staying. Coupled with Fang Shishir's persuasion, she also stayed. A room full of beauties, only Tang Jing was a man. It was really like entering a country of women. There were all kinds of beauties, a feast for the eyes. Tang Jing didn't have much mood to appreciate the beauty. He went to the study with Mu Hongyan to talk about Europe. When she heard that he was going to expand the company's business to Europe, Mu Hongyan was shocked. Aren't you selling a bit too much? Although we are already famous in China, isn't it too early to go to Europe? Mu Hongyan evaluated with her own professional vision. Tang Jing shook his head and said, I have already talked to several European royal families. They will give us green light and give us the greatest help. You don't have to worry. The European market will be easier to develop than the domestic market. Moreover, this is to prepare for taking over the Rockefeller family's business in the future. This step must be taken. This time, Mu Hongyan was really shocked. Of course, she knew about the Rockefeller family. It was because she knew that she was so shocked when she heard the news. It was the world's top behemoth. Tang Jing actually said that he wanted to take over the Rockefeller family. Mu Hongyan felt that the world was too crazy. Although Tang Jing was very good and often created miracles, Mu Hongyan still felt that what he said was impossible. I have already talked to several European royal families. When the time comes, they will help us deal with this matter. You can rest assured, so I want you to send someone you can trust to Europe. I'll go. Mu Hongyan volunteered herself without hesitation. No. Tang Jing quickly rejected. He kept some of the people who were important to him by his side. How could he let her go? Why? There is no why. Tang Jing did not tell her about the return of the devil race, so as to save her trouble. Mu Hongyan was not a person who was easy to persuade, especially in business. She was a complete strong woman. I have to go. This matter is too sensitive and too important. I must go to do it well. Others may mess it up. Tang Jing still wanted to argue, but Mu Hongyan had already decided. It's settled. I'll go to Europe tomorrow. During this time, I'll have to trouble you to help me take care of Nana. Seeing her so insistent, Tang Jing thought about it again. After the return of the devil race, they would definitely not go to Europe. Instead, they would mess around in Huaxia. Then there would be no threat in Europe. Therefore, if she went to Europe, she would leave the center of the storm and be safer. Well, take care of yourself. Tang Jing promised, but did not forget to remind her. In the dead of night, Tang Jing was lying alone in bed. Although there were many beautiful women living in this house, there were only two who really had an intimate relationship with him. However, he did not dare to sneak into bed like he did in the palace. The walls had ears. If he was discovered by someone, it would be embarrassing. Moreover, favoritism would hurt people's hearts. As the saying goes, 1 monk has water to drink, 2 monks have water to drink, and 3 monks have no water to drink. Tang Deng's situation was similar. If there was only one woman, he could hold her in his arms with a clear conscience. But there were 2 women, so he could only lie in bed alone. The next day, Mu Hongyan went to the company early, arranged the work, and then flew directly to Europe. Tang Jing also came to the airport alone. When he saw Lu Qimei coming out of the airport, he quickly greeted her and gave her a big hug. In public, Lu Qimei failed to live up to expectations and blushed. Ever since she was young, she had never let go of anything so easily. But his embrace was so warm, kind and comfortable that she couldn't extricate herself and didn't want to separate. After a long time, the two finally separated. Looking at the familiar face close at hand, Tang Jing smiled and said, Sister Mei, you've become more beautiful. So you mean I was ugly before? Of course not. You used to be very beautiful, but now you're even more beautiful. You're just making me happy. I've been so busy during this time. I feel old. You've really become more beautiful, and your skin is better," Tang Jing said seriously. Lu Qingmei's eyes bloomed with joy. Her colleagues often praised her like this. She occasionally noticed this when she looked in the mirror. Her skin was indeed smoother and more delicate than before, and even her physique had become more outstanding. In fact, this was all thanks to her cultivation. After the toxins in her body were removed, her skin was moisturized by the true qi. Naturally, it was ruddy and lustrous, as delicate as jade. "Well, you're a sweet talker. I'll reward you later." "What reward?" Tang Jing smiled evilly. Lu Qingmei pinched him fiercely and said, "What nonsense are you thinking in your head? You're asking for a beating. Well, don't hit me. So many people are watching you murder your husband in public. It's not good for your reputation," Tang Jing said mischievously. "Who's my husband? I think you're getting more and more improper." Lu Qingmei took his hand and sat in the car with him. They went straight to Lu Qingmei's house. "I'm going to take a shower, and then we'll go eat together." Lu Qingmei put down her luggage and went into the bathroom, leaving Tang Jing sitting alone. Listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, his mood had already drifted in. But Lu Qingmei deliberately locked the door, so he couldn't break in even if he wanted to. "Sister Mei, do you want me to scrub your back?" Tang Jing asked. "No, everyone knows Sima Xiao's heart. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking," Tang Jing said with a bitter face. "My heart is very pure. It's a pleasure to help others. Teacher Lu, didn't you teach me this in the past?" "You're not allowed to call me Teacher Lu," Lu Qingmei said coquettishly. Every time she heard Tang Jing call her Teacher Lu, she would feel flustered. Tang Jing didn't listen. He had already tested her several times. Every time he called her Teacher Lu, she would become agitated and sensitive. This was her Achilles heel. So, he turned a deaf ear and mischievously called out, "Teacher Lu, let's take a shower together. This way we can save water." Bang! The bathroom door was suddenly pushed open. Lu Qingmei, wrapped in a bath towel, rushed out with a red face and angrily said, "Didn't I tell you not to call me Teacher Lu? See how I'll deal with you." She directly pounced on Tang Jing and began to punch and kick him. Tang Jing pretended to be pitiful and shouted, "A teacher is hitting a student. I want to protest. Your protest is invalid. The one I'm hitting is you. Disobedient, bad student." The two wrestled into a ball, gasping for breath. Not long after, Lu Qingmei's bath towel was torn off, revealing her naked body. Tang Jing's clothes also became extremely messy. Tang Jing tightly hugged her, his hands moving up and down her body. She didn't have the strength to resist and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. However, she was very happy in her heart. Her eyes were watery, like melted ice. "Go to the bed." Lu Qingmei couldn't help but hook her arms around his neck. "Right here, on the living room sofa." "We haven't tried it yet," Tang Jing said with a mischievous smile. Chapter 774. After a hearty battle, the two hugged each other. Lu Qingmei was lying in his arms. Tang Jing's fingers touched a strand of her hair and twirled it around his fingertips. The fresh fragrance of her hair lingered at the tip of his nose. "Sister Mei, I'll give you 2 magic weapons." "Magic weapons? Really?" Lu Qingmei propped up her upper body in surprise. Her snow-white chest swayed in front of Tang Jing's eyes, making his mouth dry and his tongue restless. Lu Qingmei winked playfully. "You want to be naughty again? If you don't seduce me, I won't. Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Lu Qingmei deliberately licked her lips. At the beginning, Tang Jing still had the initiative, but later on, Lu Qingmei took the initiative. After all, Lu Qingmei was not a young girl like Fang Shishir. She was a few years older than Tang Jing and more mature. Moreover, she had been separated from Tang Jing for so long. Once her emotions were aroused, she was very fierce. The battle just now was very fierce, and Tang Jing was almost defeated. Let's talk about business first. I'll deal with you after I rest for a while. Tang Jing coughed awkwardly. With a thought, the dragon-trapped rope and the summer bag appeared in his palm. What are these? Lu Qingmei's attention was immediately attracted by these two magic weapons. $. This is the dragon-trapped rope. It can be used to attack and defend. It's very useful for self-defense. This is the summer bag. Don't you women have a lot of things? With this, you don't have to take a suitcase when you go out in the future. Wow, so magical. Although Lu Qingmei was also a cultivator, it was the first time she had come into contact with magic weapons. Of course, I have removed my connection with them. After dripping blood to bind them, they will be yours. These two magic weapons were almost useless to Tang Jing. Moreover, among the few women around him, only Lu Qingmei didn't have a magic weapon. Of course, Tang Jing couldn't favor one and discriminate against the other. Thus, he gave her his Dharma treasure. Lu Qingmei excitedly dripped a drop of blood to bind it to her, and then familiarized herself with the use of the magic weapon. She played with it so much that she even ignored Tang Jing's request for a battle, which made Tang Jing not know whether to laugh or cry. Sister Mei, there's another reason why I called you back to the capital. Recently, the world is not peaceful. For your safety, you'd better not leave the capital and move to my place. In any case, he already had a house full of women, so he didn't mind adding one more. If she wanted to kill him or torture him, it was all up to her. Move to your place? Lu Qingmei stopped playing with the magic weapon and looked at him suspiciously. Yes, this is for your safety. Who else do you have there? A woman's sixth sense was truly terrifying. She immediately asked. Tang Jing said resentfully. There are still a few people. Women? Cough, cough. Tang Jing dryly coughed. Not only women, there are also children. Who are there? There are Shi, Wu, and Nana that you know. There are also Fu Yao and N that you don't know. Fang Shi. Lu Qingmei immediately frowned, and her whole body became uncomfortable. I am her teacher. If you let me go to your place, how will I face her? Actually, you're not that different in age. You can be friends. Tang Jing shamelessly advised. I'm not going. Lu Qingmei immediately frowned. What kind of identity do I have to live with you? Moreover, I have to face Fang Shi. It's so embarrassing. But I'm worried about your safety. Tang Jing earnestly persuaded. If I say I'm not going, then I'm not going. I can take care of myself. Moreover, this is the capital. What kind of danger can there be? Moreover, aren't you also in the capital? If there's danger, you can come and save me. Tang Jing scratched his head. He really couldn't think of a way to persuade her. But for the sake of safety, how could he be at ease to let her live here alone? Thus, he steeled his heart and said, Even if you don't want to go, you have to go. I'm not going. Let's see what you can do to me. I'll kidnap you. You can try. I'll try. Tang Jing immediately hugged her. She hurriedly struggled. Not long after, the two were once again wrestling. This time, they fought from the living room to the bedroom. In the end, Tang Jing displayed his might and obtained victory. Lu Qingmei was unreasonably kidnapped by him. Sitting in the car, Lu Qingmei was restless. Her face was as red as an apple. She didn't know what kind of deadlock she would face. When she saw the room full of beautiful women, she really had a dazzling feeling. Even as a woman, she couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. If any other man were to come here, he would probably have a nosebleed. Lu Qingmei fiercely glared at Tang Jing from the corner of her eyes. It was as if she was silently asking him when he established such a big country of women. Fang Shi was very surprised to see Lu Qingmei. The two hadn't seen each other since graduation. Tang Jing still didn't dare to openly say that Lu Qingmei was his woman. He only said that it wasn't too peaceful recently, so he asked teacher Lu to stay here for a while. Fang Shi was very happy. She was alone and wasn't familiar with the others. She was bored to death. With Lu Qingmei, She just happened to have one more companion. Only Wu looked deeply at Lu Qingmei, but didn't say anything. She had been by Tang Zheng's side for a long time. She was clearer than anyone about the women by his side. She was sure that the relationship between Tang Jing and Lu Qingmei was definitely not as simple as a student and teacher. On the other hand, it was Princess Annie who was carefree as she casually said, "Tang Jing, you really made me drop my glasses. Where did you go to kidnap this great beauty? Didn't I say it before? She is my teacher," Tang Jing said without changing his expression, and curled her lips. She didn't believe him and said, "Your lies are only for sure." Tang Jing was incomparably embarrassed. Could it be that his ability to lie was so bad? Seeing that she was about to ask more questions, Tang Jing's phone rang, allowing him to escape a calamity. The phone call was from Su Yingtian. He wanted him to see him immediately because there was something important. Tang Jing greeted the girls and hurriedly left. There were too many women in this group, so it was better to temporarily avoid them. Moreover, there was Empyrean Fairy at home, so he was very relieved. Tang Jing once again came to the heavily guarded courtyard house. Su Yingtian brought him through the layers of checkpoints. Tang Jing could clearly feel that this time, whether it was in the open or in the dark, the defense was even stronger. It seemed that the authorities were also quite afraid of the return of the demon clan. Su Yingtian's face was gloomy the entire time. He warned in a low voice, "Listen more and speak less later. Don't speak carelessly. It will only cause trouble." Tang Jing had already guessed a bit and asked, "Is it about the return of the demon clan?" "Yes." Su Yingtian didn't hide anything. "I've already reported this matter to the chief. The chief attaches great importance to this matter, so he called for this high-level secret meeting. Many heads will be participating. The implications are huge, so don't speak casually." "Then why did you call me here? You are a cultivator and know everything about the demon clan. Moreover, you are a consultant of our National Security Bureau, which is equivalent to a professional. Perhaps we will ask for your opinions and suggestions." Hearing that he was going to meet so many heads, Tang Jing was very calm, without the slightest bit of nervousness or excitement. He nodded expressionlessly and said, "I understand." The two came to a large conference room. As far as the eye could see, there were already more than 10 people sitting there. All of them had the face of an official. Many of them were big shots who often appeared in the news. Tang Jing did not care much about these things, nor did he recognize who exactly was who. He just sat down in the back row and looked down, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Su Yingtian went to do other things. Tang Jing was bored to death. He turned his eyes and swept them over each face. Perhaps if it were anyone else, they would have already been so excited that they could not control themselves, but Tang Jing's state of mind was truly very mysterious. The matters of the outside world could not affect his mood at all. These people either lowered their heads and whispered or talked loudly. No one paid attention to Tang Jing sitting in the back row against the wall. Suddenly, Tang Jing's eyes turned to the door and saw a familiar face walk in. His pupils could not help but shrink. Xing Feng. "He actually came too." Tang Jing frowned inwardly. Xing Feng also saw Tang Jing, and a light flashed through his eyes. When enemies met, their eyes would be exceptionally red. The two had already formed many grudges, and each wanted to get rid of the other. However, in this situation, there was clearly no need to make a big fuss. They only glanced at each other from afar, all of their hatred unspoken. Xing Feng did not directly have the qualifications to sit at the conference table. Instead, he sat in the back row and looked at Tang Jing from afar. From this, it could be seen how high the standard of this meeting was. Dong dong dong! A series of powerful footsteps sounded, and the burly bureau chief walked in. Everyone hurriedly stood up. Tang Jing did not want to be unconventional, so he also stood up. Su Yingtian followed beside the bureau chief and sat at the end of the conference table. Although his seat was at the back, he was at the conference table after all. Obviously, he was treated much better than Xing Feng. In fact, The reason Su Tian could sit in this position was all thanks to Tang Jing. The Tianshan operation not only crushed the Rockefeller family's conspiracy, but also captured the terrorists who had been hiding. This was crucial to the stability and unity of the country. This time, Su Tian was the first to report the return of the demons to his superiors. Su Tian's position naturally rose. Moreover, he was an old man for decades. Compared to Xing Feng, who seemed to have soared into the sky, his foundation was more stable and he was more popular. Tang Jing glanced at Xing Feng, only to see him glancing at Su Tian without leaving a trace. The cold light that flashed in his eyes was shocking to see. Dogs can't change their habits. Xing Feng is indeed up to no good. Tang Jing thought silently and sat down with the others without saying a word. There were also people sitting on both sides of Tang Jing. They sat upright and still, and did not smile. Obviously, they were not small officials. In this room, other than the waiters who served tea and water, Tang Jing was the youngest. Fortunately, the bureau chief attracted everyone's attention. Otherwise, he would have become the center of attention. It was not easy for a new face to sneak into a meeting of this level. There were many people who were curious about him. Tang Jing already saw some people secretly glancing at him a few times. Chapter 775. The bureau chief's expression was serious as he said, "This is top secret information. Everyone, remember the rules of confidentiality. Once you see it, remember it in your heart. You are not allowed to spread it." Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Their originally relaxed expressions were immediately replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. The staff immediately distributed the information. There were a few simple pieces of A4 paper and photos. Everyone immediately lowered their heads to read. Tang Jing also received a copy. He carefully read it. There was an introduction to the demon race and the expulsion of cultivators hundreds of years ago. It was the same as what Tang Jing knew. He focused more on the photos. His heart skipped a beat. These photos were very cruel. They were all corpses with long bloodstains on their necks. There were probably tens of thousands of corpses. The other photos clearly showed a strange pattern. Complicated dark red lines outlined a huge pattern on the ground. Tang Dang's eyelids twitched. Wasn't this the formation of the mountain river blood sacrifice array? Those red lines were formed by blood. Moreover, this formation was bigger than the one on Sky Mountain. The last photo was taken of the sky. Dark clouds gathered and formed a huge circle, like a tornado. One could vaguely see human figures moving in the dark clouds. It was frightening. Tang Jing closed his eyes after reading it. He leaned back in his chair and took a few deep breaths. His heart was pounding. Originally, he was 90% sure that the demon race had returned. Now that he saw these photos, the return of the demon race was a certainty. He really wanted to question Hundred Faces' Star-Lord. Why did he do this? To unify this planet? He had been trapped in Mount Buzhou for tens of thousands of years. How could he still have such ambitions? However, when he thought of 100 Transformation Star-Lord's childish appearance, he felt a chill in his heart. Back then, 100 Transformation Star-Lord had wanted to turn them all into dolls. 100 Transformation Star-Lord had probably done so purely for fun. He had treated the world as a game and everyone as dolls in the game. He had already limited himself to playing with a few people. He wanted to play with the world in the palm of his hand. Tang Jing cursed fiercely in his heart. Why didn't anyone kill him back then? Why did he just trap him in Mount Buzhou? Why did no one stop him after tens of thousands of years? Originally, Tang Jing thought that his cultivation speed was very fast and was already very satisfied. He couldn't wait to increase his cultivation by a few times. That way, he might be able to stop the 100 Change Star Sovereign's absurd actions. The others reacted even more strongly than Tang Jing. Although it was difficult for them to grasp the truth and severity of the matter from this simple information, the information revealed was something many of them had never heard of before. Even though the ranks of the participants were very high, many people were still unfamiliar with Xiuzhe, much less the MO. Therefore, other than being shocked, they were also somewhat at a loss. The bureau chief glanced at everyone and took in their reactions. He said in a deep voice, "Whether you understand it or not, listen to what I'm going to say next." Schwa! Everyone immediately sat up straight and listened attentively. The demon race is extremely powerful and cruel by nature. If the multiform star sovereign summons the demon race back, then this world will be in chaos and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. As the rulers, we can't just watch the people fall into danger and have to come up with a countermeasure. This time, we'll gather the wisdom of the masses and come up with a countermeasure to be implemented immediately. The bureau chief's words were sonorous and powerful. Even Tang Jing couldn't help but open his eyes and size him up. The bureau chief had been in a high position for a long time, but he still had a sense of responsibility in his heart. He had to be responsible for the tens of thousands of people. This made Tang Jing feel very gratified. At least, these officials weren't as lazy as the rumors said. They still had justice in their hearts. Since the demon race is returning from an island nation, there must be traces of them crossing the ocean. We'll send troops to attack and intercept their ships or planes. We won't let them take a single step into Huaxia. We'll just have to fend them off outside the country's gates. Someone suggested resolutely. The others nodded. This method is feasible. We definitely can't let the flames of war spread to our own land. The war decades ago already caused our country to suffer great damage. We can't let the construction and achievements of these decades be destroyed in a day. No one was willing to let everything that was flourishing today go up in flames. If there was a crisis, solving it on the sea was instead the most perfect strategy. Yes, we've developed for decades and are already the second most powerful country in the world. We're not to be trifled with. The demon race was very powerful hundreds of years ago, but they might not be that powerful now. Now that technology is so advanced, the power of technology has far surpassed that of humans. Although there was a detailed introduction of the demon race in the information, it was hard for people who didn't experience it for themselves to imagine how powerful they were. It was even harder to imagine how powerful that cultivation world was. People who had experienced modern education wouldn't think that the strength of the human body could contend with guns and cannons. Many others also seemed to be encouraged and offered suggestions. Their morale gradually rose, as if they didn't take the demon race seriously at all. In their eyes, perhaps the ancients from hundreds of years ago were ignorant and ignorant. That was why they spread false rumors and made the demon race so powerful. Tang Jing sighed inwardly. Although this kind of high morale could be used and didn't destroy their own morale or boost the prestige of others, pride and arrogance would lead to great losses. Although he wanted to listen more and speak less, he saw that these people didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. Instead, they spoke with assurance and assurance. In the end, the ones who died were countless officers and soldiers. He really couldn't bear it. The demon race isn't as simple as you think. Tang Jing's voice wasn't very loud, but this contrary tone was extremely ear-piercing and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many people turned their heads to look for the speaker, but after looking for a long time, they still couldn't figure out who it was. Who is the one boosting the morale of others and destroying their own prestige? Cowering before the battle is a great taboo for military strategists. Who is it? Obediently stand up for me, someone shouted. The people around Tang Jing heard him speak and couldn't help but lock their gazes on him. The others finally found their target and began to pay attention. Sharp gazes focused on his face, but Tang Jing was completely unaware. He indifferently swept his gaze over the person who had reprimanded him and said, "I'm right here. Who are you? So young, yet you're already speaking nonsense." The other party was stunned, apparently not expecting that such an excessively young person would be present at the meeting. He instantly became even more displeased. Most of the people here were old comrades. Since when was it the turn of a brat who was still wet behind the ears to criticize them? Hearing the other party reprimanding him for speaking nonsense, Tang Jing unhappily frowned. He had sincerely raised his opinion to prevent them from suffering losses, but now it was his fault. Tang Jing was in a bad mood, but he didn't care about Suing Tian's warning. He loudly said, "Without investigation, you have no right to speak. You don't understand the actual situation, so why do you say I'm speaking nonsense? I don't understand the actual situation, but do you?" The other party fiercely retorted. Tang Jing shrugged and said, "In any case, I understand a little more than you." Seeing that the atmosphere was at daggers drawn, Suing Tian couldn't sit still and hurriedly stood up to smooth things over. "This is Tang Jing, the consultant of our National Security Bureau." Tang Jing. Many people immediately frowned. Although they didn't immediately recognize Tang Jing, many people were not unfamiliar with this name. After all, he frequently appeared in various major events, so these big shots would often inadvertently see his name appear in various reports. Seeing the real person this time, they couldn't help but be secretly surprised. This was because he was too young, so much so that he was the same age as many people's children, or even younger. "You're that cultivator!" Tang Jing nodded. "You're a cultivator, jackals of the same tribe as the demons. What qualifications do you have to sit in on this meeting? I think the National Security Bureau is becoming more and more outrageous." Tang Jing frowned. "If you didn't invite me, I wouldn't have come." Suing Tian also had an anxious expression. He repeatedly urged Tang Jing to listen more and speak less, but Tang Jing still couldn't hold back. These people were all old comrades, and many of them had the wrong idea of judging a hero based on age. They believed that those without hair on their mouths were not reliable. Therefore, naturally, many people didn't agree with Tang Jing. "I invited him." A dignified voice sounded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone's gaze followed the voice. "Bureau Chief." Many people's expressions changed. They didn't expect the bureau chief to invite him. This was too big of a deal. Originally, many people were prepared to bombard Tang Jing, but they immediately swallowed their words back into their stomachs. They looked at Tang Jing with a complicated expression. They thought to themselves, what did this brat do to deserve such respect from the bureau chief? Tang Jing was originally full of anger, but seeing that the bureau chief helped him out of the situation, he nodded at him in acknowledgement. The bureau chief looked at him and said, "Tang Jing, you're a cultivator, so you know more about the situation of the demons. Tell everyone." "Okay." Tang Jing didn't decline. "Didn't you guys not like to hear it? Now you have to listen. Previously, someone said that the strength of cultivators was too great, and that it was just an exaggeration, right?" His gaze swept over the person who said that. That person snorted and turned his head away unhappily. The corner of Tang Jing's mouth hooked up, and said, "I want to say, you are completely wrong. The cultivator's strength introduced in the information in your hands is not exaggerated. In fact, there are many places that are too conservative. Cultivators are far more powerful than what they introduce." "Impossible!" someone immediately exclaimed softly. "Impossible, right? Then what do you think will make you believe it?" Tang Jing shook his head secretly. Although these people had good intentions in general, their knowledge was too shallow, and they were stubborn and inflexible. He decided to teach these people a lesson. This was not for their own good, but for the sake of the thousands of soldiers' lives. Otherwise, Tang Jing would feel uneasy. Seeing that the other party was unable to come up with a reason, Tang Jing said to himself, "As the saying goes, seeing is believing, and hearing is false. Today, I will show you what a cultivator's true strength is. Let's see if it is just flowery fists and impractical legs." Chapter 776. Seeing the sudden change in Tang Jing's aura, the previously ordinary young man became as sharp as an unsheathed sword. Seeing that the bureau chief had no intention of objecting, Tang Jing casually pointed his finger. His true chi fluctuated, and before many people could understand what was going on, Tang Jing had already retracted his hand. There seemed to be no reaction at all. Many people muttered, There's nothing at all? He's deliberately mystifying. The person from before laughed loudly. Haha, is this the strength of a cultivator? Bluffing to scare people. Before he finished speaking, his face turned pale, and he shouted in panic. What's going on? Why can't I move? As soon as he said that, many people also exclaimed. I can't move either. What kind of witchcraft is this? In this huge conference room, except for the bureau chief, Suing Tian, and Xing Feng, everyone else had turned into puppets. All of them looked as if they had seen a ghost and were shouting and screaming. Anyone who realized that they couldn't control their body would feel an indescribable fear. Tang Zheng, is this your doing? Someone come, quickly catch him! Someone shouted. Hurried footsteps immediately sounded outside the door. With a creak, the door was pulled open by the guards. Because his unequal to the bureau chief frowned, waved his hand, and said, Get out! The guards hurriedly retreated, leaving only those people staring at each other, unable to hide the fear in their eyes. This was just the simplest body-locking technique. With Tang Deng's current cultivation, dealing with these ordinary people, with just a thought, these people would immediately be locked in place. Of course, he didn't do that to the bureau chief. After all, he had to give him some face. As for Suing Tian and Xing Feng, both of them were martial artists and weren't weak. They wouldn't be immobilized so easily. Tang Jing, you've already proven the power of a cultivator. Let them go. The bureau chief nodded at Tang Jing. Of course, he knew the power of a cultivator, but he didn't stop him. He wanted to let these people experience it for themselves so that they wouldn't be ignorant. All right, Tang Jing replied. With a thought, he said, You can move now. Sure enough, everyone discovered that they had regained their ability to move, and all of them turned pale with fright. This change far exceeded their imagination, and they truly felt the terror of a cultivator. Although it was just a small test, it was enough to see the strength of the Xiuzha. The people who had refuted Tang Jing earlier all quieted down and looked at the bureau chief at the same time. The bureau chief said without batting an eyelid, Tang Jing, what do you suggest? First, we need to figure out where they are going. As for intercepting them outside the country, I don't think that's realistic, because cultivators who are strong enough don't need to rely on any tools at all. They can fly from the island nation to Huaxia. Flying through the air. Everyone was immediately attracted by these 4 words. They all found it hard to believe. You're saying that the demons can fly across the sea like birds? We can't rule out that possibility. Tang Zheng nodded. Hiss! Many people gasped. Wasn't this the legendary means of the gods? But there will always be some people who can't fly through the air. The bureau chief added. What measures do we have to deal with these people? Tang Jing said without hesitation. Then we'll intercept them outside the country. This coincided with the bureau chief's thoughts. The bureau chief nodded. Then we have to start collecting information on these people. We can't let the demon army set foot on Huaxia's land. Tang Jing did not say a word, but he was not optimistic in his heart. The demons were everywhere. How could it be so easy to stop all of them in disguise? As for those demons who can fly through the air? The bureau chief threw another question, obviously wanting Tang Jing to give him a satisfactory answer. Let the radar monitor them. Tang Jing was at his wits' end. Humans were like birds, he didn't know if the radar could detect them. Then let the fighter jets intercept them? That's one way. Tang Jing nodded. But we have to be careful. These people are very strong. Even the fighter jets might not be able to do anything to them. Since they're in the air, can't we use missiles to shoot them down? Also, why don't we attack the island nation while the demons are still in the island nation? Someone suggested. Attack the island nation? Yes, use missiles to bombard targets that the island nation can see. We can even use nuclear bombs. Decades ago, they invaded us. This time, we should treat the island nation well. These words were radical. This was equivalent to declaring war on the island nation. The consequences were unimaginable. It might even cause a world war. No one present had the guts or courage to take on this responsibility. As expected, before the others could speak, the bureau chief had already rejected it. There's no need to bring up such an unrealistic and absurd suggestion. Everyone immediately fell silent. They couldn't come up with any bloody suggestions anyway. The bureau chief turned and looked at Xing Feng. He asked, "Does the dragon group have any countermeasures?" Xing Feng quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Bureau chief, the dragon group will definitely go all out. A new batch of mechas can be sent to the sea to face the enemy." After saying that, he glanced at Tang Jing from the corner of his eyes. In the past, many of the dragon group's mechas were directly or indirectly destroyed by Tang Jing. This made Xing Feng grit his teeth in hatred. Tang Neng's eyelids twitched. He had personally witnessed the strength of the mechas. The current strength of the mechas was probably on another level. This was the trump card of the dragon group. However, using the mechas to defend against the demons might be a good idea. Thus, Tang Jing glanced at Xing Feng and didn't object. After hearing Xing Feng's words, the bureau chief nodded. If that's the case, not only the dragon group, but the other military departments must also send out their elites. Once they find traces of the enemy, they must intercept them with all their might. Yes. The others didn't dare to disagree. They all nodded. Also, the matter of the demons is of great importance. Remember not to spread this matter. It is even more impossible to let the public know about this in case it causes social unrest. No matter what, maintaining social stability has always been the most important thing for us, the bureau chief added. The meeting continued, but the topics were closely related to the framework and core of the discussion. Tang Jing no longer interjected, his eyes lowered to his nose lowered to his heart, silently becoming a spectator. However, the wind didn't stop blowing. There were still many people secretly looking at Tang Jing. It was as if they wanted to remember this face. Today, Tang Jing's performance could be said to be amazing. He made these high-ranking officials recognize him. It was more convincing than just hearing a name or some rumors. Moreover, from the bureau chief's attitude towards Tang Jing, many people could see that this kid's future was limitless. Many of the more intelligent people had already thought of winning over this rising star. After the meeting ended, everyone left one after another. However, Tang Jing was left behind. Tang Jing, I heard that Tian Chanzi has already gone to the island nation. Did you find anything? The bureau chief asked directly. He didn't ask in public just now because he didn't want others to know too much. I can't contact him. I don't know what news he has. Tang Jing shook his head. If there is any news, share it with each other. This time, it's not just a matter of one person. It's a matter of the entire nation. It concerns millions of families. I know that you have some conflicts with the dragon group. I hope that if there is any cooperation this time, both of you can put aside your past grudges and work together sincerely. The bureau chief advised patiently. Tang Jing looked at him suspiciously and asked, I have to work with the dragon group? The dragon group's mechas are very powerful. They are the most powerful equipment in our army. Of course, the mechas have to be used to intercept the demons. However, if you help from the side, it will be much easier. Therefore, if there is any news, I hope that you can work together sincerely with the dragon group. This decision made Tang Jing very surprised. He liked to fight alone. Even if he wanted to work together, he had never thought of working with the dragon group. The two of them were like fire and water. I will tell Xing Feng that he will definitely not find trouble with you. You are a magnanimous person. Let's forget about the previous conflicts. Since he had already said this, Tang Jing couldn't not give him face. Moreover, Tang Jing saw Su Yingtian continuously giving him looks. Obviously, he wanted him to agree. All right. Tang Jing reluctantly agreed. I just thought of something. The Azure Dragon Hall is not weak. This force can be used to defend against the demons. He believed that the other party must know about the existence of the Azure Dragon Hall. Perhaps, he had more insider information than him. Therefore, He purposely used the Azure Dragon Hall to attract attention. Or it could be said that he wanted to force the Azure Dragon Hall to reveal themselves. Hearing the 3 words Azure Dragon Hall, the bureau chief's eyes flashed with a complicated expression. Tang Jing looked at him suspiciously but didn't find anything strange. The Azure Dragon Hall is too mysterious. We also don't have accurate information. Therefore, it is not a good idea to use the people of the Azure Dragon Hall to defend against the demons, the bureau chief said calmly. Tang Jing sighed faintly. He didn't think that the bureau chief would reject him so straightforwardly. However, since the Azure Dragon Hall, Wu Zhongli and Gong Gong were jackals of the same tribe, it meant that their attitude towards cultivators was ultimately not friendly. Seeing the return of the demons, wouldn't they have a countermeasure? With the return of the demons, the first to be affected would be the warriors. Naturally, these 3 mysterious organizations would be included. If we can find the people of the Azure Dragon Hall, that would be the best. Tang Jing thought silently. However, the Azure Dragon Hall was too elusive. Where would he find their members? I know that you are a good patriotic youth. This time, you have to put in more effort. The country will not forget anyone who has contributed, the bureau chief said solemnly. Tang Jing smiled but did not comment. He said his goodbyes and left with Su Yingtian, leaving the center of power. The bureau chief returned to the study room alone. He turned around and personally closed the door. Chapter 777. This masked man was the head of the Azure Dragon Hall, the Lord. The bureau chief was not surprised by the masked man standing in the room. He nodded slightly at him and walked to the window, standing side by side with the Lord. How did the meeting go? The Lord asked calmly. After the bureau chief gave a brief introduction, he added, Tang Jing suggested for the Azure Dragon Hall to fight against the demons, but I rejected it in the end. The eyes behind the mask shone brightly, and he smiled strangely. Tang Jing is really indulging in fantasy. Actually, I think what Tang Jing said is not unreasonable. At this moment, the survival of the country is at stake. If the Azure Dragon Hall has a way, why not give it a try? You don't want to see this world really being occupied by the cultivators, right? The Lord frowned and asked suspiciously. You're all worrying for nothing. The demons have returned, but not all of them have. Island Nation is not rich in spiritual energy. Although the 100 Change Star Lord killed more people to make up for this lack, it didn't have much effect. Therefore, there are only about 100 demons that return this time, and they don't have the ability to overturn this world. The Lord said as if victory was in his hands. Only 100? The bureau chief widened his eyes in surprise, and all the cells in his body seemed to be filled with joy. Really? Of course, when have I been wrong? The Lord was full of confidence. The bureau chief heaved a sigh of relief and said with lingering fear, It's really full of twists and turns. It's like riding a roller coaster. You don't know how much pressure I've been under. With pressure comes motivation. Although there aren't many demons that returned, they still have power that cannot be underestimated. They will definitely spare no effort to find a way to let the other demons return. This is what we really need to be wary of. The bureau chief understood and said, Prevent all the demons from returning. The High Lord nodded his head. That's right, so your military is barely qualified for the current mission. Moreover, with Tang Jing's help, you guys are like a tiger that has grown wings. You should be able to snipe these demons. The Azure Dragon Hall has always been at odds with the cultivators. As the descendants of New Era, are you going to sit by and do nothing? The bureau chief was slightly dissatisfied. The Lord shook his head and smiled. Of course not. The Azure Dragon Hall has more important things to do. What is it? You don't need to know that. The High Lord didn't give him any face and directly said, Although the military can deal with the rest of the demons, the ever-changing Star Sovereign is not an ordinary person. Is the Azure Dragon Palace going to sit by and do nothing? This time, the Mountain River blood sacrifice array did not really succeed. Then, next time, when the 100 transformation star sovereign was more prepared, wouldn't that mean that the demon army would be able to return smoothly? What should we do then? The bureau chief did not give up and continued to ask aggressively. Last time, you said that you had a way to deal with the 100 change star sovereign. However, until now, you have not done anything. What exactly is your Azure Dragon Hall planning to do? The Great Lord looked at the bureau chief with a burning gaze. The bureau chief was not afraid at all. He raised his head and looked into the Great Lord's eyes. If you have something to say, just say it. You can't just scare me with your eyes. The Great Lord smiled faintly. I'm not trying to scare you. It's just that the Azure Dragon Hall has its own rules. It's not up to others to tell us what to do. I don't want to tell you what to do, but what's the purpose of keeping the 100 transformation star sovereign? The bureau chief continued to ask. The Great Lord turned his head slightly, and a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, my 100-year plan is not something that you can guess. There's nothing else for me to do here. Goodbye. The Great Lord disappeared. As soon as he finished speaking, before the bureau chief could say anything to stop him, the Great Lord had already disappeared from his sight. The bureau chief's eyes kept changing. He punched the wall and said, deliberately mystifying and half-hearted, the people of the Azure Dragon Hall are getting more and more unreasonable. Tang Jing walked alone on the street, recalling what he had seen and heard during the meeting. Now, he could only wait for the official news. Once they found traces of the demons, they would definitely inform him. Tian Chanzi, where did you run off to? You're so mysterious. He sighed deeply and suddenly raised his head. Why does this place feel so familiar? Only then did he realize that he had unknowingly come to a place not far from the Ye family. The Ye family's courtyard gate was already in sight. Although Ding Dang and I have broken up, the return of the demons is a matter of great importance. I should inform them, in case something unexpected happens. Tang Jing walked to the Ye family gate. When the guard saw him, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Last time, when he made a scene at the Ye family, many people suffered at his hands. Please inform Yi Tianlei or Feng Xinyang that I have something to discuss with them. Tang Jing didn't force his way in and said politely. When the guard saw that he did not intend to barge in recklessly, he heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly turned around to report. A moment later, Yi Tianlei walked out with large strides. Tang Jing, why are you here? Yi Tianlei's attitude was much better than last time. During this time, his dissatisfaction with Tang Jing had gradually dissipated. Tang Jing, you and Ding Dang have already broken up. There's no need to continue entangling with each other. Tang Jing's lips curled into a bitter smile. He shook his head and said, I didn't come for that. I came to tell you something. I'll leave once I'm done. Hearing this, Yi Tianlei felt very regretful. In fact, he was very satisfied with Tang Jing in all aspects. But the heavens made fools of people. In the end, the two young people didn't walk together. Say it. If there's anything you want to tell Ding Dang, I can also pass it on for you. There's no need. Tang Jing shook his head. Since he Ding Dang didn't want to be together, then he had nothing to say. Oh, I was wondering who came. With such great face, you actually made Uncle Yi personally come to receive you. So it's you. An ear-piercing voice came from the gatehouse. A few people walked out confidently. Enemies on a narrow road. The person who came was actually Song Yu. Tang Dang's eyelids twitched. Why was Song Yu at the Ye family? Tang Jing, it's important for people to know their own limits. If you blindly pester endlessly and overestimate yourself, you'll be the one losing face in the end. Song Yu said sarcastically. Tang Jing stared at Song Yu. He never realized that Song Yu's face was so annoying. When he first met Song Yu at Ordinary Balance's courtyard, he was a refined and courteous young master who gave people a good impression. Later on, that impression slowly slipped. Now, when Tang Jing saw this face, he had the urge to beat someone up. In fact, Song Yu looked like a modest gentleman, but he had two faces. Back then, he appreciated Tang Jing, so he was naturally refined and courteous. Now that Tang Jing had far surpassed him, his modest and gentlemanly demeanor was naturally thrown out of the window. It seemed that only by using words to provoke Tang Jing would he be able to balance out a lot. Was it shallow? Indeed, shallow. Who said that the children of large families weren't shallow? They would definitely be gentle, refined, generous, and selfless. It was just that the people of large families were better at hiding and doing superficial work. But in front of Tang Jing, Song Yu really couldn't pretend. Seeing Song Yu's unbridled sarcasm, Tang Jing said coldly, "Song Yu, what are you doing here at the Ye family? Ha, who are you? What qualifications do you have to ask about my business?" Song Yu said disdainfully, lightly raising his eyebrows. "But seeing that you asked so sincerely, I'll tell you. I'm here to propose to Ding Dang." Propose? Tang Jing was so angry that his temples were throbbing. He looked at Yi Tianlei. "Uncle Yi, is this true?" "It's a long story." "Tang Jing, don't be so agitated," Yi Tianlei advised. Song Yu seemed to want to make Tang Jing agitated and continued to provoke. "Tang Jing, you're so agitated. Are you very happy? I appreciate your kind intentions." "Don't worry, when Ding Dang and I get married, I'll send you an invitation." Tang Jing snorted and said directly to Yi Tianlei, "Uncle Yi, you can clearly see what kind of person Song Yu is. You absolutely can't push Ding Dang into the fire pit." "Tang Jing, how can you say that? Who's the fire pit? You're pestering endlessly. Be careful that I don't hold back." Song Yu's expression turned cold as she berated. Tang Jing's gaze turned cold as he said, "I'm the one who's going to be impolite to you. I told you to stay away from Ding Dang. If you don't listen, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Tang Jing still had Yi Ding Dang in his heart. Although he respected Yi Ding Dang's choice, when he heard the explosive news of the marriage proposal, his anger couldn't help but soar. Song Yu knew very well that she wasn't Tang Jing's opponent. She moved slightly and hid behind Yi Tianlei, shouting, "You only know how to use your hands. Such a violent person is a disgrace to culture. Ding Dang knowing you is the biggest mistake in his life. Uncle Yi, get out of the way. I want to teach this brat a lesson." Tang Jing rubbed his fists and said angrily. This was the Ye family's gate. Yi Tianlei naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. He watched Tang Jing attack Song Yu and hurriedly advised, "Tang Jing, calm down." "Uncle Yi, how do you want me to calm down?" Song Yu actually shamelessly came to propose to Ding Dang. "If I don't beat him until half his body is paralyzed, then I swear I will not rest," Tang Jing said aggressively. Song Yu wasn't afraid at all and provoked. "What you say sounds better than singing. This is the Ye family. How can you do whatever you want? Where will the Ye family put their face?" Song Yu wasn't afraid and was trying to sow discord. He knew that Yi Tianlei wouldn't turn a blind eye to it. Perhaps he wanted to provoke Tang Jing's anger and make the situation go out of control. Although Tang Jing guessed some of the other party's thoughts, he had to get involved in today's matter. Even if it was the other party's trick, he had to step in and ruin the so-called marriage proposal. Seeing Tang Jing's anger, Yi Tianlei continued to persuade, "Tang Jing, listen to me. It's useless for you to stir up this matter." "Is it? Then who is in charge of this matter?" "Uncle Yi, you are Ding Dong's father. Could it be that you will just watch as your daughter marries him?" Tang Jing questioned. Yi Tianlei glanced back from the corner of his eyes and didn't answer. Of course, he didn't want to marry his daughter to Song Yu. Chapter 778. Tang Jing directly walked towards the door. Song Yu immediately shouted in a sarcastic tone, "Yo, Tang Jing, what do you think the Ye family is? You just barged in like that. If this were to spread, where would the Ye family's reputation be?" It was obvious that Song Yu was trying to drive a wedge between them again. Although Yi Tianlei knew this, he had no choice but to comply with Song Yu's wishes. He stopped Tang Jing. "Tang Jing, don't be impatient. If you barge in like this, the old man will definitely go crazy. things will become even more difficult to handle. Tang Jing sneered. Are you saying that I should wait for the dust to settle? Then the daylily will be too late. Uncle Yi, move aside. I'm going to see Yi Xuanji, not do anything else. Tang Jing, don't make it difficult for me, Yi Tianlei said awkwardly. Tang Jing looked at him deeply and nodded. Okay, I won't make it difficult for you. That's right, let's talk things out. Yi Tianlei let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of him. Tang Jing actually passed by him and rushed into the door. Ah? Yi Tianlei was shocked. Tang Jing's speed was too fast, causing him to be unable to guard against it. Tang Jing, don't go in, stop! Seeing Tang Jing rush in like lightning, Yi Tianlei hurriedly shouted to stop him. However, Tang Jing turned a deaf ear to him. Song Yu's eyes could not hide the shock and horror in them, especially when Tang Jing passed by Yi Tianlei. He was as fast as lightning, and he did not see it clearly. There was not even a trace of an afterimage. How did Tang Jing's cultivation improve so much? Song Yu's expression couldn't help but become a little ugly. Seeing Yi Tianlei chase after him, he also quickly followed. Tang Jing was familiar with the place and arrived at the reception hall in the blink of an eye. Some people were talking loudly and enthusiastically. When Tang Jing suddenly appeared at the entrance, he immediately received everyone's gazes. Many gazes swept over, and many people couldn't help but frown. Yi Xuanji's eyelids twitched as he stared at Tang Jing with a complicated expression. He unhappily said, Tang Jing, why did you barge in? Tang Jing turned a deaf ear to her. His eyes were firmly fixed on Yi Dingdang as he strode over and asked, Song Yu came to propose? Yi Dingdang looked at him expressionlessly and said, What does this have to do with you? This has nothing to do with me, but I won't just watch you fall into a pit of fire. Tang Jing said unyieldingly. Yi Dingdang's heart thumped as if it was fiercely poked. She was a little touched, but also a little heartbroken. In fact, this period of time was also very torturous for her. She liked Tang Jing, there was no doubt about it. Breaking up with Tang Jing would mean completely severing ties with him. Cutting him out of her life seemed easy, but when she really did it, she realized how painful her heart was. But there was no turning back. With her unyielding personality, of course she couldn't redeem herself, although she would occasionally have such thoughts. At this moment, seeing Tang Jing's arrival, although she looked calm on the surface, her heart was already in turmoil. When Feng Xinyang saw Tang Jing, her eyes were filled with passion. Just as she was about to greet him, she heard Yi Xuanji loudly say, Tang Jing, this is the Ye family, not a place for you to behave atrociously. Being ignored by Tang Jing in front of everyone, Yi Xuanji's anger had already risen. Tang Jing suddenly turned around and stared at Yi Xuanji from a distance. He found that there was also an extraordinary old man sitting next to him. This person was definitely not an ordinary person. He was very powerful, probably also a master. Tang Jing immediately guessed the other party's identity. The head of the Song family, Song Jianan. It seemed that Song Yu's proposal this time was very grand. She even invited Song Jianan to be a witness. Song Yu had put a lot of thought into it. But in Tang Jing's eyes, the head of the family was bullshit. Even if it was the emperor, he would still ruin this marriage, just like he did before. A person who doesn't even care about his own granddaughter's happiness has no right to lecture me, Tang Jing said sarcastically. Yi Xuanji's old face was as red as a monkey's butt. He said angrily, Tang Jing, I've always tolerated you because you're a junior, so I didn't argue with you. But there's a limit to everything. If you continue to be stubborn and pester endlessly, I'll let you know how powerful the Ye family is. Tang Jing sneered. The Ye family is very powerful. I've finally seen it for myself. They can even sacrifice their own family's happiness for the rest of their lives. That's really powerful. Nonsense. Yi Xuanji's thoughts were seen through, and he became even more angry. This time, Song Yu invited Song Jianan to propose marriage. If it were before, Yi Xian would have had the chance to refuse. But now, the situation was pressing. The rise of the Song family made him feel a lot of pressure. But the Ye family was isolated and helpless. They were all alone. If Yishuanji refused again this time, and the first engagement was ruined, the Ye family would become a thorn in the side of the Song family. The Song family's first target would not be the Yen family, but the Ye family. To deal with the Ye family now, the Song family's strength was enough. By then, the Ye family would be in danger. Yishuanji was old and shrewd, and he easily saw through this. So this time, even though he knew that the Song family came to propose marriage, he did not reject them immediately. If Tang Jing did not come to mess things up, perhaps Yishuanji would have agreed in the end. After all, this way, the Ye family could avoid a crisis. Although he sacrificed Yidingdang's happiness, the children of big families were mostly married to each other. How could there be so much freedom in love? On the contrary, it was more common for ordinary people to have freedom in love. This was the duty that should be fulfilled while enjoying all kinds of wealth and treatment. Yishuanji thought that this was a matter of course. As for Yidingdang's own thoughts, Yishuanji chose to ignore them. Song Jianan had been silently observing Tang Jing. He was also very interested in this rising star, and thought that it was really a miracle. But miracles often did not last long, especially such a young and energetic person. There would be a day when he would fall. Moreover, Tang Jing caused trouble everywhere. Not only was he like fire and water with the dragon group, he even recently heard that he had a conflict with the Rockefeller family. This made Song Jianan even more disregard for him. In fact, Song Jianan still felt a little regretful. Because he originally wanted to build a connection with the Rockefeller family, so he sent Song Yu to contact the young Lord Louis, and even provided a lot of convenience for the other party. Louis was able to gather tens of thousands of people in a short period of time, naturally without Song Yu's cooperation. However, Song Yu did not know about the Mountain River blood sacrifice array at all. He thought that it was just to catch some unimportant people, not worth mentioning, and even forgot about it. The matter of Sky Mountain was kept secret very well. Even Song Yu did not know that Louis had already died in the hands of Tang Jing. Otherwise, he would not have acted so recklessly. Song Jianan was like an old fox, smiling at Tang Jing, and said, "Xuanji, this young man is really hot-tempered. He doesn't put anyone in his eyes at all, and he doesn't put the Ye family in his eyes at all." Tang Jing raised his thick eyebrows. This old thing and Song Yu were indeed family. Their ability to sow discord was the same. Hearing this, Yishuanji slammed the chair and was about to stand up. Just at this time, Yi Tianlei rushed in and hurriedly pulled Tang Jing, saying, "Tang Jing, let's go out first. If there's anything, we can talk about it in private." Yi Tianlei was afraid that the old man would attack in anger, and if that happened, Tang Jing would be at a disadvantage. In his impression, although Tang Jing's strength was getting stronger and stronger, but after all, the older the ginger, the spicier the ginger, so he subconsciously thought that Tang Jing was not the old man's opponent. Tang Jing skillfully broke free from Yi Tianlei, and said sincerely, "Uncle Yi, some things can be compromised, but some things must be insisted on. You don't want Ding Dang to live in pain and regret for the rest of her life, right?" Yi Tianlei's face was conflicted. As a father, he naturally wanted his daughter to be happy. Chapter 779. Yishuanji was angered to the point of blowing on his beard and glaring at Tang Jing. His eyes flashed with an ominous glint as his 5 fingers formed into claws. With a roar, he clawed at Tang Dang's shoulder. He was ready to teach Tang Jing a lesson. After all, he didn't have a good relationship with Tang Jing. However, he didn't want to kill Tang Jing. After all, Tang Jing had the mysterious Tian Chanzi behind him. If he offended Tian Chanzi, he would lose more than he could gain. Tang Jing moved his feet slightly, and moved his body slightly. Yishuanji's 5 fingers actually brushed past Tang Gang's clothes and didn't hurt him at all. Ah! Yishuanji's heart skipped a beat. Tang Zheng's movement was too casual and smooth. he instantly disintegrated his attack. However, Yi Xuanji was a veteran after all. His other hand was like a long whip, grabbing at Tang Deng's shoulder. Tang Jing didn't dodge this time. Instead, he moved like lightning and grabbed Yi Xuanji's wrist. Up! Tang Jing let out a low roar, and Yi Xuanji discovered that his feet had left the ground. Shit! Yi Xuanji cried out. He tried to land on the ground, but he found that an irresistible force lifted him up and sent him flying. Bang! Yi Xian and Yi Xuanji landed far away. They staggered back 3 steps before stabilizing their bodies. The ground under their feet was already in a mess. Yi Xuanji was still in shock. He looked at his hands and then at Tang Jing. He couldn't understand how he lost his hands so carelessly. Everyone's expression changed. None of them were mediocre. They immediately judged that Tang Zheng's failure wasn't a coincidence. It was his true strength. In fact, they only needed to think a little to understand that in front of a master like Yi Xuanji, it was impossible for a coincidence to happen. With his strength and vision, he could kill any coincidence in the cradle. Song Jianan looked at Tang Jing with a serious expression. He recalled the scene just now and couldn't help but secretly praise him. Whether it was the strength or the timing, they were all perfect. Not only did this require one's own strength as a foundation, but it also required the support of one's battle experience. It was rare to see someone at such a young age reach such a realm. No wonder you have suffered so much at the hands of the other party. Indeed, it's not unjust. However, for the sake of the great cause of the Song family in the future, we should get rid of this nail. The killing intent in Song Jianan's heart gradually accumulated. Tang Jing looked at Yi Xuanji indifferently and said, "Show me what you've got. Since you can't beat me, then I'll take care of this matter." Yi Xuanji was only at the first level of the Supreme Power Realm, and had barely touched the threshold of the second level of the Supreme Power Realm. Compared to Tang Jing, who had a second level of the Golden Core Realm, it seemed that there was only one level difference, but in fact, there was a huge gap between them. Tang Jing was confident that no matter what, Yi Xuanji was no match for him. Yi Xuanji's expression kept changing. With so many people watching, if he lost again, it would really be a disgrace. He took a deep breath and said, "Tang Jing, don't be arrogant." After that, his hands turned into claws, one in front and one behind. The air seemed to be torn apart, leaving behind after images of claw marks. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Tang Jing. Tang Jing stood still. When the other party was in front of him, he threw out both fists and moved forward together, like 2 angry dragons coming out of the sea. Bang! Bang! The fists hit the claws. The claws tried to catch the fists, but they found that the huge force directly shook them away. Tang Jing moved his legs. With a small step, he was already in front of Yi Xuanji. The attack of his fists was not reduced, and they were aimed at Yi Xuanji's chest. Yi Xuanji retreated in a hurry and put his hands forward, trying to block the 2 huge fists. However, he heard a crisp sound and a sharp pain came from his wrist. Tang Zheng's fist directly broke his wrist. The fist slipped out of his arm and hit his chest. Bang! With a thunder-like explosion, Yi Xuanji was sent flying to the door. The door creaked as if it was going to fall down. Tang Zheng's series of attacks did not have any tricks. It was all strength. It was dazzling and as fast as lightning. It was a real test of one's skills. Many people were already dumbfounded. If they were shocked at the beginning, then now they were frightened. Each and every one of them looked at Tang Jing with eyes full of disbelief and astonishment. "Father!" Yi Tianlei hurriedly helped Yi Xuanji up, patted the dust on his body, and asked with concern, "Father, how are you?" Yi Xuanji's face was ashen. It was not that he was heavily injured. Only the fracture of his wrist was a little uncomfortable, but this pain was nothing to him. He was more shocked. Tang Jing was stronger than him, and not just a little bit stronger. He had a feeling that if Tang Jing had not shown mercy, the fist that hit his chest would have directly shattered his ribs, and even his heart. It was precisely because he knew all of this that all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart, and he was practically unable to accept such a cruel reality. He had been practicing for a lifetime and finally broke through to the first level of the supreme power realm. In the eyes of others, it was already rare and commendable. However, Tang Jing surpassed him in just over a year. What did this mean? It was like Yi Xuanji's lifetime of hard work was a joke compared to Tang Jing, a big joke. Yi Xuanji's face was red for a while, then pale for a while, and then gloomy for a while. In short, his heart was broken. Tang Jing no longer paid attention to Yi Xuanji. Instead, he walked to Yi Dingdang and said straightforwardly, "Your happiness is up to you. No one can tell you what to do. This is the only thing I can do for you." These words were clean and neat, but also revealed endless helplessness and pain. Because he could not save this relationship. Yi Dingdong's eyes rippled, and a trace of density rose from the depths of her eyes. She bit her lips and could not say a word. Her mood was fluctuating too violently. It was not because of Tang Gang's amazing cultivation, but because of these words, because of Tang Gang's heart. There was no doubt that Tang Jing still liked her. She clearly felt this, and she also liked him. However, the hurdle in her heart was like the world's first mountain, which she could not cross at all. Feng Xingyang looked at Tang Jing with shining eyes. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. He was so handsome. She sighed endlessly. Why couldn't such a handsome man be her son-in-law? That would be a huge loss. However, her daughter's happiness was up to her. Feng Xingyang did not intend to interfere. Tang Jing looked deeply at Yi Dingdang. He did not expect her to respond. Just looking at her like this, he felt that what he did was enough. Suddenly, Yi Dingdang's pupils shrank, as if she had seen something. She shouted, "Careful!" Tang Zhang's heart trembled. He hurriedly turned around and threw a punch. Bang! Tang Jing flew out and crashed into the wall, creating a large hole. Immediately, his eyes lit up. He stared at the enemy who was charging at him like lightning, Song Jianan. He actually launched a sneak attack. Song Jianan was completely helpless. He originally thought that Yi Xuanji could deal with Tang Jing, or even kill him. Later, he realized how ruthless and cruel reality was. It did not go according to his expectations at all. Tang Jing's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Yi Xuanji's defeat was without suspense, and it was a clean defeat. Even though Yi Xuanji still had the strength to fight, it was clear that his momentum had been completely destroyed by the 2 consecutive attacks. If Song Jianan still did not make a move, then the marriage proposal would really be ruined. Killing Tang Jing would be even more difficult. Thus, he chose the safer method of a sneak attack. He even concealed his aura and launched his attack at lightning speed. Who would have thought that at the crucial moment, Yi Dingdang's warning would cause him to fall short of success? Song Jianan had the intention of killing Tang Jing in one strike, but in the end, he only sent Tang Jing flying. He did not give up, and like a dragon, he followed Tang Jing like a shadow, arriving in front of Tang Jing. Tang Jing angrily roared, his voice shaking the teacups in the hall to the point that they all shattered. Then, he pushed his hands forward, and the War Soul's sword appeared in his hands out of thin air, fiercely chopping down. Song Jianan saw the battle soul that appeared out of nowhere. His face showed a trace of strangeness. He already knew a lot about the divine abilities of cultivators. Seeing it with his own eyes was still amazing. However, he did not retreat. He extended his palm forward and patted the sword. Then, like a water snake, that pair of large hands actually wrapped around Tang Jing's arm. "Shake!" Song Jianan roared. His arm exerted strength. It was as if steel needles were piercing into Tang Jing's arm. The heart-wrenching pain caused Tang Jing's arm to go numb. Battle Soul actually fell from his hand to the ground. Tang Jing was extremely shocked, as no one had ever shaken the War Soul sword out of his hands, and Song Jianan was the only one. Immediately, Tang Jing understood that the other party's cultivation was much higher than Yi Xuanji's. This was a difficult character to deal with. Song Jiannan's cultivation was indeed higher than Tang Deng's. He had already reached the master level several years ago. In these few years, he had just broken through to the 4th level of the master level. He was 2 levels higher than Tang Geng's cultivation. Looking at the painful expression on Tang Zheng's face, Song Jiannan said proudly, "Now you've tasted the taste of my 1,000 needles bone-breaking hand. This is only the beginning. Next is the real show. 1,000 needles bone-breaking hand." Tang Deng's eyelids twitched. The pain just now was indeed like thousands of steel needles piercing into his skin. It lived up to its name. Since there was also the word bone-breaking, then the next step was definitely to break his bones. He did not guess wrong. This 1,000 needles bone-breaking hand was a ruthless method. When facing the enemy, Song Jiannan's arm was soft as if it had no bones. It was like a snake wrapping around the opponent. Then, his inner strength burst out. It was like thousands of steel needles piercing out of his skin, piercing into the opponent's skin and even into the bones. The next step was an even more tragic broken bone. The true chi that pierced into the bones would explode. A series of crackling sounds could be heard, like the sound of firecrackers. It could cause the muscles and bones of a person to explode in an instant, turning them into a pile of mud. "Break!" Song Jiannan roared again, tightly grabbing Tang Jing. Chapter 780. Tang Jing was in so much pain that he wanted to die, but he still clenched his teeth and endured it. He flipped his palm and grabbed Song Jiannan's arm, and fiercely pushed his chi back. Pun! Like a spring, Tang Jing used this force to shake himself out of Song Jiannan's grasp. Huh! Song Jiannan was a little surprised. He was sure of victory, but he was still able to escape. He really did have some skills. "Want to run? Stop right there!" Song Jiannan roared, and chased after him like a maggot. Yi Dingdang's heart couldn't help but jump to her throat. She subconsciously grabbed Feng Xinyang's hand, and her palm was covered in cold sweat. Feng Xinyang sighed. What was the point of this? He cared so much, but pretended to be indifferent. Of course, with Feng Xinyang's temper, how could she just stand by and watch Song Jiannan bully the weak? She stood up and shouted, "Song Jiannan, what you're doing is too despicable. You're bullying the weak, and you even used a sneak attack. What kind of man are you?" Feng Xinyang's words made Song Jiannan's expression change. He coldly snorted and said, "Women really do have long hair and short eyes. I'm helping your family, and you're biting the hand that feeds you? Little handsome brother, you've helped the family, and you've helped me, Feng Xinyang. And, since you're doing this, I can't just stand by and watch." She could sit by and watch Tang Jing and Yi Dingdang break up, but she couldn't just stand by and watch Tang Jing get bullied like this. That wasn't her style. Therefore, seeing injustice on the road, Feng Xinyang roared and rushed towards Song Jiannan, shouting, "Stop!" With her cultivation, facing Song Jiannan was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But so what? She just couldn't stand Song Jiannan. Yi Tianlei had already opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Yi Xuanji's face became even more gloomy as he shouted to stop her. "Feng Xinyang, stop right there!" Feng Xinyang turned a deaf ear to him and directly grabbed at Song Jiannan's back. Song Jiannan turned his hand and hit back. Bang! Feng Xinyang was like a kite with a broken string. She flew backward and crashed into several pieces of furniture before stopping. Blood was flowing out from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Yi Dingdang was enraged, and all the wolves in him lost their vigor. He shouted, "You dare to hurt her, I'll fight you to the death." Shwa! He raised his clear wind sword and thrust it forward as fast as lightning. The clear wind sword was as light as a feather. It was a true treasure sword. When paired with the wind-chasing sword art, it was truly wondrous. Song Jiannan didn't put Yi Dingdang in his eyes at all. He didn't even turn his head as he tried to force Yi Dingdang back with a palm strike. However, his palm missed. With a flash of sword light, the Qi Feng's sword pierced through his palm. Blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Song Jianan gave a pitiful cry as he forced back Tang Jing. He suddenly turned around and stared at his palm. He saw that his palm had been pierced through by the clear wind sword and blood was dripping down. You actually injured me! He gritted his teeth and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Ever since he became famous, he had never been in such a sorry state. His palm had been pierced by a little girl who was still wet behind the ears. This was a great humiliation. However, he was also shocked in his heart. Other than the fact that he had underestimated his opponent, the most important reason was that Yi Dingdang's sword art was too exquisite. It caught him off guard. Of course, if he had been more careful, even if there were two Yi Dingdang, they wouldn't have been able to hurt him. All of this was a coincidence. But an injury was an injury. With so many pairs of eyes watching, there was no way to argue. The others were also stunned as they looked at the clear wind sword in Yi Dingdang's hand that was still dripping with blood. Suddenly Yi Tianlei shouted, "Dingdang, be careful!" He threw himself at his daughter without a care for his own safety. This was because he had already seen the strong killing intent in Song Jianan's eyes. Even if Yi Dingdang was a member of the Ye family, Song Jianan would definitely kill her to protect his own face. He was not wrong. Song Jianan really did make a move. Song Jianan's large hand reached out to grab Yi Dingdang. With Yi Dingdang's cultivation, as long as she fell into his hands, it would be hard for her to escape. Yi Dingdang panicked, and the clear wind sword turned into a blur as it quickly pierced towards Song Jianan. However, Song Jianan had already seen the power of the clear wind sword and had already thought of a way to avoid it. He easily dodged the sword and his large hand reached towards Yi Dingdang's head. Don't! Yi Tianlei rushed over and his large fist carried the sound of wind and thunder as it flew towards Song Jianan. Pun! Yi Tianlei flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Song Jianan's attack was slightly blocked and his hand fiercely descended. Yi Dingdang could not dodge and was almost in despair because she could clearly feel the pressure and aura coming from above her head. Go to hell! Suddenly, a shout came from behind Song Jianan. It was Tang Deng's attack. Song Jianan had been on guard against Tang Jing. When he heard the sound, his other hand pushed backwards. Pun! The two palms fiercely hit each other. However, Song Jianan did not feel that Tang Jing was sent flying. Instead, he stuck to his palm like glue. What's going on? He felt that something was strange and felt a strong wind behind him. He had no choice but to give up on Yi Dingdang and turn around to face Tang Jing. Pun! Another palm, and the other two palms also stuck together. Four eyes met, and Song Jianan felt a bit strange in his heart. Coincidentally, he saw the strange look in Tang Zheng's eyes, and his heart couldn't help but getting. The corner of Tang Deng's mouth curled up, and said, Song Jianan, taste this. As his voice fell, Tang Jing activated the swallowing the sky technique. Whoosh! A trace of mysterious power was born from his palm. A huge suction force was immediately produced. It was like a huge black hole, swallowing Song Jianan's power. Ah! Song Jianan cried out in shock. Kid, what are you doing? Tang Jing laughed and said, What do you think? Of course, he was using the swallowing the sky technique to absorb Song Jianan's power. This was the first time he used this function of the swallowing the sky technique in actual combat. When he felt the surging power coming from his palm, he felt that everything was so wonderful. The swallowing the sky technique is indeed extraordinary. Humph, Song Jianan, you old man. Don't think that just because your cultivation is high, I can't deal with you. Tang Jing was secretly pleased. Let me go! Song Jianan roared with a heart-wrenching voice. His power flowed out of his body like a flood. How could he panic? This was something he had never heard of or seen before. It actually made him feel a sense of dread. His power was everything to him. If he lost his power, then he was worthless. The Song family would also be annihilated in an instant. The others did not know what was going on. They only looked at the two people's palms. There was no shocking aura, nor was there a dazzling fight. It was so simple and calm. However, it made Song Jianan feel as if his liver and guts were about to burst. Yu Xuanji's expression was complicated. He could not hide the horror in his eyes. Although he had lost to Tang Jing, he did not expect that Tang Jing would have such a strange skill that made Song Jianan so scared and flustered. Song Yu's face had already turned from red from excitement to deathly pale. The matter of victory that was within his grasp had actually become turbulent again, which was something he had never expected. Yi Dingdong's eyes were filled with splendor as she stared straight at Tang Jing. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. This was the big hero she liked. No matter how strong the other party was, she dared to challenge them and was good at creating miracles. Everything in front of her was a miracle. Tang Jing crazily operated the swallowing the sky technique, and his power quickly flowed into Song Jianan's body. Song Jianan's face was already pale. He finally understood the danger he was facing. Tang Jing was absorbing his power. Although he did not know what method he used, he succeeded. Suddenly, Song Jianan took a deep breath and his eyes almost popped out. This was because he felt that his cultivation had dropped by a level, from the 4th level of the Supreme Power Realm to the 3rd level of the Supreme Power Realm. The 4th level of the Supreme Power Realm was the accumulation of his hard work. He had just broken through recently, but he was demoted just like that. All his hard work was in vain. This kind of feeling was really unpleasant. What made him even more fearful was that this was not the end. If this continued, he dared to conclude that his cultivation would be reduced to nothing. What are you doing? Hurry up and help me! Song Jianan shouted at the top of his lungs. Song Yu seemed to have woken up from a dream. A fierce look flashed in her eyes and she rushed over. Tang Jing braced himself and prepared to deal with Song Yu's attack. Unexpectedly, Song Yu did not attack him at all. Instead, she swept past him and attacked Yi Dingdang. Yi Dingdang thrust her sword forward. The tip of her sword was extremely sharp, but it did not force Song Yu back. He was like an incomparably ferocious lion, and in his hand, a cold glint of light appeared as he clashed with Chi Feng's sword. Yi Dingdang knew Song Yu very well. Seeing him so fierce, she could not help but be shocked. How did you become so powerful? In the past, Song Yu needed others to protect him. But now, with the strength he had shown, he definitely did not need ordinary people to protect him. His strength was far beyond other people's expectations. Song Yu sneered proudly. The long sword in her hand quickly attacked Yi Dingdang and she said, "It's too late for you to realize it now." Although he did not want to destroy the flower, the situation had already developed beyond his control. He could no longer hide. Although Yi Dingdang had Chi Feng's sword and chasing wind sword technique, Song Yu was not weak either. The long sword in her hand danced in an airtight manner. Her power was definitely not weak. Her cultivation was not weaker than Yi Dingdang. Especially her sword technique, it was very powerful and had extraordinary power. What sword technique is that? Yi Dingdang cried out in surprise. Song Yu coldly snorted and said, "You finally know how powerful I am. You dare to gang up and attack my grandfather. Don't think you will have an easy time." Shwa shwa shwa. Sword light filled the sky. Yi Dingdang was actually enveloped by the sword light. She was in danger. Seeing this, Tang Jing impatiently shouted, "Song Yu, you hid your strength so deeply." Although he knew that Song Yu's cultivation was not weak, he did not expect her to be so powerful. She was even able to hide from his eyes. This was definitely not an ordinary matter. He had to admit that he had underestimated Song Yu. She had no choice but to use her sword to block them, which consumed a lot of energy. Suddenly, Yi Dingdang blocked another feint. A beam of sword light suddenly shot up from below, but she had no time to block it. If she was hit, her stomach would definitely be cut open. This was a real killing move. No! Tang Jing had been silently paying attention to the battle situation. Seeing this dangerous situation, he could no longer bear it and gave up on Song Jianan. His figure flashed and blocked in front of Yi Dingdang. Puff! The long sword cut open his clothes, leaving a long sword mark on his chest. Blood flowed out. Tang Jing frowned, but he did not retreat. Behind him was Yi Dingdang. He had no way to retreat, so he quickly reached out and grabbed the sharp long sword. Song Yu felt as if the long sword was caught in a vice. He could not move an inch. Seeing the murderous intent in Tang Deng's eyes, he was shocked. Ka! The long sword was broken into two, and Tang Jing held onto one of the short swords, directly thrusting it towards Song Yu. Song Yu tilted his head to the back. Although he managed to avoid being hit in the vitals, his face still blossomed with blood. That handsome face of his was slashed open with a 10 centimeters long wound. Song Yu grimaced and quickly retreated. Song Jianan broke free, the soles of his feet were oiled. He shouted, "You are run! Run!" This was the only thought left in Song Yu's mind. He also knew that Tang Jing was not a match for him. Even the old man had suffered a loss. The opponent was ridiculously strong. The grandfather and grandson were like stray dogs. They no longer had the arrogance from before. They flew out of the hall. Tang Jing's anger had not subsided. He roared, "You want to run? Watch this sword!" His palms sucked in the air, and the War Soul's sword returned to his hand. Then, with a sharp sound, the War Soul's sword flew out of his hand and flew towards Song Yu. Puff! The War Soul's sword pierced through Song Yu's back. Song Yu staggered and almost fell to the ground. Luckily, Song Jianan lifted him up. With a leap, he jumped onto the roof and escaped without a trace. The War Soul's sword flew back. There were still traces of Song Yu's blood on the sword. Tang Jing was not sure if the sword had killed Song Yu, but even if he did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. "How are you?" Yi Dingdang impatiently rushed in front of Tang Jing. She saw that his chest was dyed red with blood. She could not see the wound clearly, but it was extremely sinister and terrifying. Her face immediately turned pale. She panicked and said, "Don't scare me. How are you?" At the critical moment, her feelings for Tang Jing were revealed. Tang Jing smiled. It was very bright, like a child. "You can still smile," Yi Dingdang snappily scolded. Tang Jing heartlessly smiled and said, "You still care about me." Yi Dingdang's cheeks turned red. She rolled her eyes at him and pretended to be calm as she said, "Who cares about you? Don't think too much. Humph, seeing that you can smile, you must be fine." With that, she ran to the side. Her heart was beating like a deer. She took a few deep breaths to stabilize her emotions. "Dad, Feng Xinyang, how are you too?" When Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang saw that the enemy had been defeated, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They forced themselves to stand up and shook their heads. "We're fine. It's good that you're fine." With that said, they looked at Tang Jing with a complicated expression. All sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. It was as if they had 1,000 words to say, but they did not know where to start. No one expected things to turn out like this. The Song family was crazy. They actually dared to lay their hands on Yi Dingdang. Their daughter was their precious treasure, their lifeblood. If they dared to lay their hands on Yi Dingdang, then they dared to fight with their lives on the line. The Song family's actions completely shattered the last trace of good feelings in their hearts. Now, no matter who wanted to matchmake Yi Dingdang and Song Yu, unless they stepped over their dead bodies, they could forget about succeeding. Tang Jing glanced at the two of them. From their expressions, he already got the answer he wanted. This marriage was completely ruined by him. He smiled brilliantly again. "Father, it seems that we are not suitable to stay in this house, so we will immediately move out of this house," Yi Tianlei said resolutely to Yi Xuanji, who had been standing by the side and watching silently. Yi Xuanji's performance had disappointed them. Facing an external enemy, he did not care at all, as if their life and death had nothing to do with him. Yi Tianlei was truly angry. As a husband and father, if he continued to compromise and stay in this family, then he would look down on himself. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had made the right choice in leaving this family back then. Otherwise, who knew what kind of person he would have become? If he became like Yi Xuanji, then he would be extremely terrifying. And Yi Dingdang was also very likely to become like Yi Meiyu. Just thinking about it made him shudder. Leaving the Ye family once again, he did not hesitate. Instead, it was a form of relief. Perhaps he did not belong to this big family after all. Although his surname was Yi, the blood flowing in his body was already very different from the Ye family. Yi Tianlei looked at Yi Tianlei with a complicated expression. Hearing his resolute words, he did not object. He understood Yi Tianlei and knew that he had already made up his mind to leave. Of course, this was not the only reason why he did not urge him to stay. Another reason was the most important one, and that was because when he saw Tang Jing fighting just now, he had already thought about a lot of things. If he helped Yi Dingdang, then the Ye family would completely break off from the Song family, and it would be difficult to repair this rift. The Song family was powerful, and this was something that he did not want to see. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would definitely not completely break off from the Song family, and would also not help Yi Dingdang. Furthermore, Tang Jing was too powerful. If he broke off from the Song family, and then repaired his relationship with Tang Jing, or even used Yi Dingdang to marry him, he would definitely be able to gain Tang Dang's good impression. But in this way, Tang Jing would have one foot in the Ye family. With the speed at which Tang Jing's strength soared, in a few years, no one in the Ye family would be able to suppress him. He would then be able to take everything from the Ye family for himself. The Ye family would no longer be surnamed Yi, but Tang. This was the scene that Yi Xuanji did not want to see the most. If this really happened, he would feel ashamed to face the ancestors of the Ye family, and would not have the face to see them in the afterlife. With all these factors mixed together, Yi Xuanji decided to stand by and do nothing, causing Yi Tianlei's family of 3 to be completely disappointed. Yi Xuanji did not try to keep Yi Tianlei from leaving the family, because after they left, Tang Jing would no longer have a legitimate reason to enter the Ye family. The Ye family would really be safe. In the future, he would pass the Ye family to another son, and then, the Ye family would still be surnamed Yi. His wishful thinking was very good, and ordinary people would not be able to guess what he was thinking. However, no one guessed, because Yi Xuanji's actions were already chilling, and no one was bothered to guess. Tang Jing was the happiest about the 3 of them leaving the Ye family. After leaving Yi Xuanji, no one could interfere with Yi Dingdang's freedom. This was definitely a good thing for him, and Yi Dingdang. Moreover, Yi Dingdang's concern just now seemed to have activated the feelings in his heart. She still cared about him and liked him, but she deliberately put on a straight face. It was enough to confirm this point. He secretly sized up Yi Dingdang, only to discover that she was also looking at him from the corner of her eyes. When she saw his eyes, she felt as if she had been electrocuted, and hurriedly retracted her gaze as if nothing had happened. Tang Jing couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. "Uncle Yi, let me help you." Seeing that Yi Tianlei could not move, Tang Jing quickly offered his help and helped Yi Tianlei. Yi Tianlei looked at him with relief, nodded, and did not refuse. Yi Dingdang bit her lips, and the expression in her eyes kept changing. She also helped Feng Xinyang. Chapter 782. After leaving the Ye family, the 3 of them first found a hotel to stay in. Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang both needed time to heal their wounds. Tang Jing accompanied them the entire time and carefully took care of them, while Yi Dingdang remained silent. After checking in, the 3 of them arrived at the luxurious suite. Yi Tianlei said with a face full of guilt, "Tang Jing, thank you for helping us regardless of the past." Feng Xinyang also said, "Little handsome brother, only you truly care about our Dingdang." Yi Dingdang immediately lowered her head as her ears turned red. Tang Jing faintly smiled. This is what I should do. When I was in ordinary balance, you all helped me so much. We didn't help you even 1/10 of what you did for us. Are your wounds serious? Feng Xinyang stared at his chest. He had already changed his clothes, but she could still see the blood on his collar. Tang Jing moved his muscles and said, Do I look like I'm in trouble? Along the way, he had already used his qi to heal his wounds. Not only had the blood stopped flowing, but his wounds had also mostly healed under the effects of his qi. As his qi increased, the healing effects of his qi became more obvious. You should go take a shower first and wash off the blood. Otherwise, you won't feel good, Feng Xinyang suggested. That's fine too. You all should rest first. Tang Jing entered a bathroom and closed the door, blocking out the sound of running water. The Ye family of 3 sat in the living room and fell into silence for a while. In the end, Feng Xinyang took the lead and said, Ding Dang, raise your head. There is no gold on the ground. Tell me the truth, what are you and little handsome brother going to do? Yi Ding Dang bit her lips as she couldn't help but recall the scene of Tang Jing blocking the sword for her. The emotions in her heart were indescribable, but in that instant, she thought of the matter between him and other girls and her mood fell to the bottom as she hesitantly said, I don't know. If you don't know, then who knows? Feng Xinyang asked back. Then what do you want me to do? Do you like little handsome brother? Tell me the truth. I like him. Then that's it. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that he also likes you. Both of you are in love with each other. Isn't this good? Do you know how many people dream about this? Yi Ding Dang was silent. Say it. Feng Xinyang was anxious. But he still has other women in his heart. Yi Ding Dang was forced into a corner and blurted out. Feng Xinyang and Yi Tianlei looked at each other and fell into silence. Yi Tianlei faintly sighed and said, Tang Jing is good at everything, but he is fickle in love. Feng Xinyang rolled her eyes at him and said, Isn't this a common problem for you men? Fickle radish. Yi Tianlei suffered an unexpected calamity and innocently defended himself. I'm not fickle in love. You want to? No, definitely not. Yi Tianlei shook his head in denial. Feng Xinyang directly ignored him and said to Yi Ding Dang, Daughter, although little handsome brother has this problem, he is very outstanding in other aspects. He is also very good to you. Just now, he blocked the sword for you without any hesitation. Can other men do this? Yi Ding Dang was speechless. Of course she knew the answer. It was extremely difficult for other men to do this. Since you both have each other in your hearts, but he has this problem, then what are you going to do? Feng Xinyang asked. Yi Ding Dang grabbed her hair in distress and buried her head in her knees. She muttered in confusion. I don't know either. She really didn't know. Originally, she had made up her mind to cut all ties with Tang Jing and completely disappear from his life. That was why she used Song Yu as a shield at school. But this time, Tang Zhang's actions completely disrupted her decision. From the time he rushed in to propose marriage without any hesitation, to the point of fighting, to the time he sacrificed himself to save her, every bit of it caused Yi Ding Dang's heart to surge. Even if her heart was made of stone, it would still be melted by this action. Moreover, deep down in her heart, she had always liked him. But she had never been able to convince herself to cross the hurdle in her heart. That was why she was so conflicted. She often thought that if she had known him earlier and fallen in love with him earlier, then perhaps there wouldn't be so many problems, and they could fly away together. But when she thought about how outstanding Tang Jing was and how other girls couldn't help but be attracted to him, she felt that even if that was the case, things might not go as she wished. Tang Jing was like the brightest light, destined to attract many moths to the flame. Annoying, annoying, annoying. In short, she couldn't find the answer. Seeing her daughter so distressed, Feng Xinyang patted her shoulder and said, Since you can't find the answer for now, then let nature take its course. Don't treat this little handsome guy as a life and death enemy. Slowly get to know him better and maybe you'll get to know him better. That's the only way. Yi Tianlei sighed. Although he felt that this would make his daughter suffer, if they separated, it would be even more painful and a big mistake. Yi Dingding raised her head and said blankly, "Really? Why don't you give yourself a chance and give him a chance? Who can say for sure what will happen in the future?" Feng Xinyang shrugged. "Listen to your mother, I have a few more decades of experience than you. There's nothing wrong with that." Yi Dingding hesitated for a moment, then pouted and compromised. "All right then." Creak! The door opened and Tang Jing came out in clean clothes, saying, "You guys need to rest too. I'll take my leave after I'm done talking about something." Seeing him so serious, the three people's attention was drawn to him. "Actually, I went to the Ye family today to tell you guys about this matter. I was delayed just now," Tang Jing continued. "You should all know about the demon race, right?" The three people nodded. The demon race was a branch of the cultivators. Moreover, there was the matter of the demon god descending. They had more or less heard some rumors. A few hundred years ago, the cultivators were banished to the sky beyond heaven, but now the demon race has returned to this world. They are still in the island nation and no one knows when they will sneak back to Huaxia. The demon race has returned? The three people sucked in a breath of cold air. They had seen Tang Deng's growth and strength. They had a more comprehensive and profound understanding of cultivators and understood the power of cultivators. Hearing that the demon race had returned, they were naturally shocked. Tang Jing nodded heavily. "Yes, and it's not just one or two. It's estimated that the demon race's army has returned. Although the government already has a plan to deal with it, there will definitely be fish that slip through the net. If they set foot on this land, it won't just be a few people who will suffer, but everyone will be in danger. Perhaps, the few great families will be the first to be affected." The return of the demon race would definitely be a big move. The few great families were like meat on the chopping board, and they were the fattest meat. The demon race would naturally choose to attack them. If they didn't take countermeasures as soon as possible, the few great families might be annihilated. Yi Tianlei naturally thought of this point and blurted out, "We must tell this news to father." Before he finished, he stopped. He had already left the Ye family and was no longer a member of the Ye family. Tang Jing was very dissatisfied with Yi Xuanji and said, "Uncle Yi, I'm telling you this news because I don't want too many people to know about it. Do you understand?" Yi Tianlei wasn't an idiot and immediately understood Tang Jing's thoughts. Whether the Ye family was destroyed or not was insignificant to Tang Jing. Perhaps he was even happy to see it happen. Yi Tianlei secretly leaking information, Tang Jing wouldn't approve of it. Although Yi Tianlei felt regretful, he didn't refute. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. We'll keep this news in our stomachs." Feng Xinyang's feelings for the Ye family had long been exhausted. She was very satisfied with her husband's attitude, and nodded approvingly. She asked, "Little handsome brother, then what should we do to deal with it?" "Try to raise your cultivation as much as possible and let your strength reach the peak," Tang Jing emphasized. "All right, we'll listen to you. During this time, our priority is to cultivate. After leaving the Ye family, we have nothing else to do." Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang nodded in agreement. "If there's any news, I'll inform you immediately. Also, if there's anything you need, you can contact me. I'll do my best. Also, if anyone comes to cause trouble for you, you must inform me immediately." Feng Xinyang's heart skipped a beat and asked, "You're worried about the Song family?" Tang Jing sneered. "I've absorbed a lot of Song Jiannan's power, and he can't even protect himself. If he still dares to stir up trouble, then he's seeking death. However, even if he doesn't stir up trouble, I won't let them go." These words contained a strong murderous aura, which made people feel very uneasy. Yi Tianlei quickly asked, "You want to chase after the Song family?" "Of course, I've been too kind to the Song family. They've gone against me time and time again. They're really old enemies. At the Martial Arts Society convention, Song Yu once drugged me, causing me to almost die in the ring. If it weren't for my luck, I might have been killed by them. Tang Jing gnashed his teeth in hatred. The old and new hatred added together was too much to count. You're saying that song you did something at the Martial Arts Society convention? They still remembered Tang Deng's situation in the ring. He was surrounded by danger. If he was careless, he might have died in the ring. The Song family actually used such a despicable method of drugging. It was really despicable. Feng Xinyan was indignant. I've long disliked the Song family. I didn't expect them to be such bad people. Little Handsome, fortunately you came in time. Otherwise, the Song family's wishes would have been fulfilled. Tang Jing smiled faintly. It's not that I don't want to take revenge. It's just that the time hasn't come. Now that the time has come, I'll carefully settle the old and new grudges with them. Then what are you going to do? After all, the Song family's mansion is a place that the Song family has operated for many years. It's definitely an impregnable fortress. It's not an easy bone to chew. Yi Tianlei sighed. I haven't thought of the specific method yet, but it's necessary to take advantage of the situation. So, I'm going to act according to the circumstances when I reach the Song family. In short, the monk can run away, but the temple can't. This time, I must deal with the Song family ruthlessly and leave them an unforgettable impression. We'll help you. Feng Xinyan blurted out. Tang Jing smiled and shook his head in refusal. He said goodbye and left. Chapter 783. The two of them left the room without a word and walked into the elevator. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Ding Dang, don't hide from me in the future, Tang Jing said firmly. Yi Ding Dang looked up and glanced at him, not saying anything. You really don't want to talk to me? Tang Jing asked mischievously. Thank you, Yi Ding Dang said in a low voice. Tang Jing smiled indifferently. This is what I should do. If someone harasses you in the future, tell me. I promise I'll beat him up until his mother can't recognize him. Yi Ding Dang rolled her eyes and said, You only know how to hit people. Blind guy. If I don't hurt him, he won't know how powerful I am. Tang Jing waved his fist. Violent maniac. Yi Ding Dang bit her lip and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Tang Jing laughed involuntarily. You're even more violent than me. In high school, you were the big sister of our school. Who knows how many people were afraid of you? Speaking of the embarrassing incident, Yi Ding Dang recalled and said, But you were never afraid of me. You weren't scary to begin with. You were so beautiful and attractive. Tang Jing's mouth was as sweet as honey. If it were in the past, he would definitely not say such mushy words. But now that his relationship with Yi Ding Dang had improved, he was so excited that he blurted out such witty words. You've really become bad. We're on the first floor. Let's go. Yi Ding Dang urged. Walk with me for a while. No, let's go. Yi Ding Dang pushed him out of the elevator and quickly closed the door. She leaned against the elevator, her heart thumping. Just now, a man and a woman were alone in a small enclosed space. She was afraid that Tang Jing would do something inappropriate. She didn't know how to deal with it. Perhaps she would fall into his trap. She shook her head and took a deep breath. Calm down, calm down. Don't think too much. Tang Jing left the hotel in satisfaction. He felt that his trip had not been in vain since he had improved his relationship with Yi Ding Dang. However, today's matter was not over yet. He immediately rushed to the Song family. Song family occupied a large area, and they were all modern buildings built around a lake. On this trip, Tang Jing did not think that he could keep a low profile, so he kicked the big iron door. The iron door fell down with a bang, scaring the guards who came to greet him. Tang Jing didn't say a word. In just a few moves, he directly defeated the guard and knocked him to the ground, crying out in pain. Then, he rushed straight to the Song family's main building. It was a luxurious 3-story European-style villa. Song Jianan, don't be a coward! Come out! Tang Jing roared like a loudspeaker. His voice spread in all directions, startling the birds in the forest, and causing them to flap their wings and fly into the sky. There was no response. The servants and guards looked at the uninvited guest from afar. They never thought that there would be someone who dared to be so arrogant in the Song family. He pointed out Song Jianan's name and shouted at him. Moreover, Song Jianan seemed to have disappeared and did not respond. Tang Jing frowned and said, "Don't tell me you're going to run away so quickly. You can run away from the monk, but you can run away from the temple. I don't believe you're willing to part with such a big family business." The others did not understand what he meant. They heard him continue, "Everyone in this building come out. Otherwise, don't blame me if you're buried alive." A large group of people ran out of the building. They looked at him in horror, not knowing what he was going to do. The corner of Tang Zheng's mouth curled up into a smile. He opened his palm, and the War Soul sword appeared in his palm. Then, he pointed forward, and the War Soul sword turned into a sword light, fiercely slashing at a few pillars of the building. Boom! 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 The heavy pillars were like tofu under War Spirit. They were cut in half. The building immediately creaked and was on the verge of collapse. "Song Jianan, you can continue to be a coward. Today, I will tear down your entire house." Boom! A loud sound covered Tang Deng's voice. The building actually collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the sky and spread in all directions. Tang Jing frowned. This Song Jianan was really determined. Tang Jing had created such a big scene, but he still avoided meeting him. Shwa! Suddenly, a sword light lit up in the smoke and dust. It slashed towards Tang Jing. It was extremely sharp. "Eh? Good sword technique!" Tang Jing exclaimed. He held War Spirit tightly and welcomed it. In the smoke and dust, sword light flashed in all directions. Sparks flew everywhere. Only a series of ping 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 sounds could be heard. However, the two figures could not be seen clearly. The surrounding people were all excited. Finally, someone stood up to defend against this uninvited guest. Suddenly, two figures soared into the sky from the smoke and dust and landed in front of the lake. Finally, they could see each other's appearance clearly. Tang Deng's pupils slightly shrank. The other party was in his 30s and held a long sword in his hand. His entire body was like a sword, as if he had become one with the sword in his hand. Just now, the two of them had exchanged no less than 100 moves. Tang Jing could clearly feel the power of the other party's sword techniques. In terms of sword techniques, it was already a rare sword technique. His sword technique was very simple and concise. It was different from Song Yu's fancy sword technique. It was somewhat similar to the wind-chasing sword technique, but it was also very different. His sword technique focused on fast attacks. Moreover, there were not many moves. Back and forth, Tang Jing had already experienced all the moves. There were only a total of 13 moves. A set of sword techniques with a total of 13 moves was already very concise. If it was not created by a sword master, it would be impossible to create such a set of sword techniques. The other party was obviously a sword master, and his cultivation was definitely not low. Tang Jing roughly estimated that he was probably a great master martial artist. "Strange, I've never heard of such a sword master in the Song family," Tang Jing muttered, but he couldn't help but think of Song Yu's fancy sword technique. Could it be that Song Yu's sword technique was taught by this person? However, the sword moves of the two were completely different. Let's take this person down first. Then, the truth will be revealed." Tang Jing raised his sword and attacked again. Since his opponent was using a sword, he naturally disdained to use a divine weapon like the heaven-shocking bow to fight against him. He wanted to use his sword techniques to defeat his opponent fair and square. The sword technique of the heaven-flying immortal had many changes, and they were all upright sword moves, with a terrifying aura. When Tang Jing's wrist shook, he raised the War Soul sword. Hua! The surface of the lake rippled, and even created a wave. Together with the unparalleled sword technique, it attacked the enemy. The opponent's expression did not change. With a stomp of his feet, he stepped on the tip of the grass and flew up. The tip of the sword touched the surface of the water, and the sword actually bent and bounced back in an instant. However, a few drops of water had already shot out from the tip of the sword like bullets. Bang! The water droplets blossomed on the War Soul's sword, and the huge force caused the War Soul's sword to buzz. A numbing feeling came from the center of his palm, showing how powerful the water droplets were. Tang Jing shouted out, "Good!" as the battle spirit sword was already in front of the opponent. With a schwa sound, the sword light was oppressive as it pierced towards the opponent's upper, middle, and lower body 3 times, all of which were aimed at the vital points. Clang! 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 The 3 sword strikes were extremely fast, blocking Tang Deng's 3 sword strikes. Furthermore, they were all sword moves that Tang Jing had seen before. The 13 sword moves in his opponent's hands were used to perfection, causing people to exclaim from the bottom of their hearts. Tang Jing continued to attack quickly, using speed to fight speed. Not long later, there were only the 2 erratic afterimages and the crisp sounds of the 2 swords clashing by the lake. In the end, the 2 of them moved the battlefield from the land to the lake. They stepped on the water surface and moved towards the center of the lake. This test was not only about sword moves, but also about overall strength. The 2 of them stepped on the surface of the lake, but did not fall into the water. Tang Jing was worried that he wouldn't be able to find the Azure Dragon Palace, but the other party actually delivered it to him. Tang Jing pounced forward, using the heaven-flying immortal sword technique, causing the enemy to retreat step by step. In the end, he retreated to the shore, and with a pu sound, he received another sword strike, causing blood to immediately flow out from his calf. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.